Hello and welcome to the Stretch Run on this fine Saturday, July 13th. Thank you all for joining. We are here with you live to go over today's fun Saratoga card, as well as racing from Gulfstream Park, Laurel Park, Monmouth Park, Woodbine, Emerald Downs, and we'll pick up some Horseshoe, Indianapolis in just a little bit. I am joined today by Justin Sampson and Michael Oldham, the Oldie Capper. Hey, folks, what's going on?
Hey, looking at some exciting racing action today. We have Didia with Resolute Racing running today. We have an interesting Scotty Longshot, a couple races before that as well that I know you guys discussed in the class last night. So definitely a fun and interesting day of racing, and pleasure to be here with you guys and to have these guys enjoy it with us.
Yeah, it should be good. We definitely will be rooting on Didia today. We discussed that last night in the coaching class. It was a good time. There's also another interesting horse in that late sequence as well at Saratoga. Justin, how are you?
I'm pretty good, man. Just relaxing. It's warm. We've had amazing weather here, so still playing baseball. I'm actually going to head coach a summer team through kids for about 8 weeks. A bunch of 11 and 12-year-olds. So it'll be interesting. My 9-year-old's going to keep playing. So it's busy. We're in Eastern Washington, though. It's hot. It's like 100. No humidity, though. It's Seattle's been really amazing, too. It's been in the 80s, 90 degrees. Yeah. Ashley, good to see you. Kevin, I think, Didia has a shot, obviously, and I hope that Didia wins for Resolute Racing and everything. But the Diana's tough turf race, so – Ashley, I think you could come up with all types of people to talk about, to be honest. But James, good to see you. Tony, good to see you, brother. It's a good time, though. Chris, we were talking before we got on World Series of Poker time. Main event got I think 80 people left or something, So it's always a good time in the summertime, whether it's horses. Del Mar starts next week. That's what I'm excited for. I know we have Saratoga, but I'm excited for Del Mar. It's going to be awesome.
Yes, we are all excited for Del Mar. Hopefully, we will be able to show it. Fingers crossed. We still don't know yet. We should find out this week, but that would be pretty damn cool. And World Series of Poker, yes, lots of crazy hands. As you and I were talking about off stream, I got killed in my neighborhood tournament last night by one outer. Those are always fun. So we've got Laurel Park here, going to get into race 4 here in about a minute. If you guys want to take a peek over there.
You also have Woodbine about to go off as well.
Oh, so we're going to do that again, right?
We are. Woodbine's going into the gate. A weak maiden special weight that looks more like a bunch of maiden claimers.
All right.
Yeah, I mean,
stand by for start. The 3-year-old fillies are in, locked up.
Going 2 turns, Oldie. I did the 7, Scotty Longshot game. I think the 6 is going to be tough. The 7 would be the other horse that I thought.
Third, length behind them, Princess
I thought
Jade.
the 5 was the other horse.
Caught a bit wide, spell check, keen to go forward. And 2 away last is Saccharin. As they turn out the stretch and from the outside gate,
7 gets the lead, man.
Guided across toward the rail. Going forward, spell check deep on the track. Mackenzie Rowe pushing up in the center. And over on the inside with the run of the race is Poppy's Joy. And the stablemates are racing together next. On the inside is Princess Jade and Quest to be Proud. The outer and last is Saccharin. They race through the opening quarter in 24-1, and showing the way is Shakshuka from Mackenzie Road. A wide trip for spell check. Poppy's Joy serving every inch of ground on the inside. And then came Quest to be Proud, Princess Jade, and still 2 away last is Saccharin. Little change to the running order, and Shakshuka on top. Shakshuka by a length and a quarter. Spell Check going forward. Mackenzie Road the center. Poppy's Joy the inside. The pace is pretty solid. About 2.5 lengths away. Saccharin starting to run on really well from the back. And towards the tail end now is Quest to be Proud, and on the inside is Princess Jade. As they race down towards the final 3 furlongs, and still in front, Shakshuka. A length and a half, Poppy's Joy emerging dangerously. Running home continually is Saccharin around the outside, and up the rails goes Princess Jade. They come down to the final quarter, and still in front.
Yeah, the 6 done.
There's the
5 ran big race too.
Away, and back on the inside is Princess Jade. It's Poppy's Joy and Shakshuka, and now Saccharin coming after this leader. Poppy's Joy finding Poppy's Joy and Rafael Hernandez a length and a half. Saccharin, the only danger, is coming on strongly. Saccharin, the only threat, is a half or length behind. And Poppy's Joy is not going away. Poppy's Joy on the inside, too strong. A defiant performance and a great ride. Poppy's Joy by a length. Saccharin second, 6 or 7 away, third Shakshuka. They are well strung out, and the favorite was...
All right. I think we, let's see, do we have... Did Laurel go off yet?
Laurel did not. It does not appear. They tend to post track a lot. Thought the 4 was a little vulnerable here.
To load to start the pick 6.
2 or 3 maybe in an exacta.
And we got 5 minutes to Saratoga race 4.
Maybe the first time starter to the 5.
Fierce Competition, a bit restless. Riders off. Mystic River in. Fierce Competition settled. Barbosa getting tied back on. And they're off. Simon's Choice and Fierce Competition, category Cinco, flashing up on the inside. Reggie Scotch and Soda is right up there, moving into third. Fierce Competition just out kicked now from 4th position, drops about 3 lengths off his speed. Mystic River, ABC, Mini Mo is last of them all. It's category Cinco down to the rail, doing battle with Simon's Choice and Reggie Scotch and Soda, mixing it up while 3 wide. They're going to rock solid pace. Opening up now 7 on Mystic River.
If anybody can right here, you're getting a pace to run into.
In between horses and Mini Mo into the turn, and it's Simon's Choice putting that head in front from category Cinco, winning the pace battle thus far. Reggie Scotch and Soda ridden along for more from third. ABC, a Fierce Competition is driven, but not doing much, has to do better as they approach the quarter pole, the top of the stretch. Simon's Choice burst away, opening up 4-5 on Reggie Scotch and Soda. ABC, extreme outside. Fierce Competition trying to get back into it down to the inside after dropping back, has moved to 4th with a furlong left to go. Near Simon's Choice. Simon's Choice storming home, a 6-length lead. ABC is Simon's Choice from ABC. Reggie Scotch and Soda. Fierce Competition going to be close for third. Simon's Choice to win 2.5. ABC. Fierce Competition with Mini Mode there and Reggie Scotch.
All right. Oldy, you want to take us into Saratoga race 4?
Yeah, so you have a heavy favorite here in the that's my little pick 4 there. In the 2-horse here, Illuminaire, who's top win, second pick, and finishes second in the race sim. I have a note on this horse, a winner rated just off, looks like a horse that can move forward. The horse is working really well, working with fierceness. And, so this was not the best group of allowance non-winners of 1 either, from the way I looked at this race. The 5 Abandon or Abadin, something like that, however you want to pronounce it, could potentially get away on the front end, but I think the 2 just sits right off. I don't think there will be enough pace here for the 3 and the 4 to be a factor.
Oldy, make your screen a little bigger. It's kind of small.
Yes, sir. Here we go. Problem happens when we get into one of those 12-horse races, and then you can't see all the horses. So we'll have to readjust when that happens later in the card.
All right.
Alan has the 3. Alan singled the 3 in his pick 5, so good luck there. I don't. Oldie, you're going to play a pick 4, so I'll let you talk through these, and we'll talk through more Saratoga later. You talked about the 5 Sayas, I think, on the front end. You know, Saratoga is very tough track. I played it Thursday. I played it yesterday. Thursday, they were off the turf, right? So I did play yesterday. I singled that Justify horse in the pick 3 late or whatever. And but it's tough. I thought maybe Louis here on the 5, only to your point, and then you should go to race 5. We'll go to race 5. But as you said, I don't think it's not a tough group, but I think more it is fairly wide open, I would say.
Yeah.
And so I wasn't like, I think Illuminaire, working with Fierceness, it's Irad, it's Fletcher's, Rapoli. It was a Rapoli horse? I'm assuming it is. No, it's not. It's just Centennial Farms. But I mean, it has to come back here. It did win at 7 at Saratoga, so it was impressive. The GSR's there, so I get the single. My only other look would have been to the 5 Sayas here, but I didn't have a big opinion, so you can go to race 5 if you want.
Well, no, and let me just add, my other choice here would be the 4. The 3 is 1 for 11 lifetime. So for me,
yes,
and that's only in a maiden. It's run second a bunch of times. For me, that was a pass. In the next race, so the 2 Chad Browns are probably going to be tough. I do like Rebel Red a little bit. The 3 for Cheryl DeVoe with Jose aboard. The 4. The Mott horse here who just missed against 62.
The horses are approaching the starting gate.
The 7 and then the 8. But if you wanted to go narrow, I would narrow to the 1, 3, and 4 there, or 1, 4, 7, depending on how you want to play it. The 7, the 7 does have a win against 66s, which is the granted it was being moved up, and against 62. So, that horse I think could be dangerous at a decent mid price there. And then I was the 10, the top win and top pace, the only horse in the next race that has more than one win, the 7 and the 11. I passed on the 1, who is the top pick for Bond, because I think it also needs to lead, and I think the 10's faster. And then I spread in the maiden race here. In race 7, I did think the 7 had some nice works. The 5 has some great works as well. The long shot, the 3 Tenacious Leader, it's a Pletcher horse, and you see the big works there. And the 4 for Ward has a 4-star work.
The horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. They're moving into the court.
As you know, we cannot show the NYRA races, but we can at least put Frank Miramati on the microphone.
Call Tony, tell him to let us show
outside.
Write your senator, write your congressman.
Going up.
Tell them how important this stretch run is.
And they're off. Aberdeen is very quick. Illuminaire along the inside has some
Aberdeen, okay. That's
far outside. A Goo is in the mix as they run through the opening furlong. And splitting rivals, Classic Legacy is now right next to Illuminaire. And so it's Illuminaire, Classic Legacy, head-to-head. Clinch Bridge just a neck back 3 deep in 3rd. Aberdeen outside of them in 4th. A gap of 4 back to a Goo. And then it's 2 more to Finko. The opening quarter in 22 1/5 seconds. At the rail, Illuminaire has a narrow advantage, just a nose in front now. Outside Kunshan Bridge, Classic Legacy is in between them. Aberdeen races in 4th as they move around the turn. It's another 2.5 lengths back to Vinco and Agoo. Classic Legacy's nose in front through a half in 45-1. Illuminaire keeping pace nicely with him along the inside. They pull two clear of Kunshan Bridge as the field turns for home. Classic Legacy on the outside, and Illuminaire, and they're putting on a show coming to the furlong pole. 5 back now to
I think you got it, Oldy.
Yeah, I think so.
Bridge. Illuminaire asserts himself with a 16th of a mile to go, putting away Classic Legacy. Another good-looking.
Yeah, like big GSR, one last out. You talked about it. Wasn't a great group of people or a great group of horses. So
that would have been a horse for the weekend preview show right there.
Yeah, no, for sure. I agree.
All right, so I'm alive in the early pick 4 for $5.50 to the to the 1, 3, and 7, and then for 50 cents to the 8 and 4.
Way to go, Mike. Very nice. All right, Oldie, get us over to Monmouth Park, race 4 here. It's going to go off in a couple of minutes.
All right, Monmouth. Let's watch the race sim. We got a couple minutes here, so let's let the race sim run here. You have a horse to watch on the 5, who's also your Scotty top pick. Crazy Frazee.
Bill has a question, keeping win-loss record. I don't think we have an official one, but I know last week Justin gave out a $27 pick for it at Horseshoe. And tell us what that paid, Justin.
I think the $27 paid nearly $1,000. I saw it paid, I think $980. The crazy part of that, we came on when the show started, if anybody wasn't here, and we played. I believe it's the Cowan's horse, right off the claim, and had big morning line. That pick 5, Chris, paid almost $10,000.
Yeah,
it was crazy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah,
we
can find good stuff.
Good doubles last week as well. Profitable.
Mr. Dave Duncan, good to see you. You joined the coaching class earlier in the week. Oldie, go ahead. I'll let you talk about this. You have a first-time starter, EquinEdge or Scotty Longshot in the 4, and Paco riding the 7, the 5 on the race sim. So, but go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Paco, the 7 looks live here. 3 of 156 in its final work. The 4, same barn. 12 of 156, same day. So they may have been working together out of the gate there. That would be my assumption. I thought I thought it was the 5, 7, sit between the 5, 7, 6, and 4. For me, probably the 7 and the 6, for an exacta, or the 7 or 7, 6, 4, and I'm going to drop the 5 and hope the 5 finishes out of the first 2 places to give me a chance to make some money. Any thoughts there?
I did not look at this race. I was more about the back half of that card.
The 5.
Go ahead, Oldie. Yeah, the 5, win percent drops. It didn't win first out. It was expected to win was the only concern, but it could improve here. Knock joke. The 4 though. I mean, as a 2-year-old colt, it's a 63 GSR. Oldie sprinting at 5, right? And the GSRs only go up. So, I felt like for Orsino, you have the 4 and then you have the 7, and Paco riding the 7. So that's where all the money's going. But the other Orsino here, I thought looked dangerous. And so I know and then the 5 wins the race sim. So, I mean, the 6 horse looked to be working well. They all look to be working well.
Yeah.
Camacho rides the 6. So I didn't necessarily have a big opinion here. I'll put a bet in, though. I think, I didn't necessarily like the 1. I think the 3 could improve, but I didn't think, that wasn't where I was going to land. I think I'm just going to place a win place bet on the 4, and I'm not even going to play a vertical or anything. I mean, you're getting a really good price as a first-time starter, and it's the top GSR. So that's where I'd go.
You do have a gold on the next in the next race.
Maybe
what's the horse?
The 3.
Which one, Chris?
The 3.
The Chad Brown Camacho.
Yeah.
The morning line doesn't like it. Yeah. Or on the 3. Yeah, the 1 and the 4, the 5.
The 1 looks like a money burner. The 4 could be dangerous there. I think the 1 being. I'd be on the 5 there in that race. So I'm going to play a
easy. About to take his spot.
A 4-7-5 double here.
I did a 4-3 and 5-3 double Dutched. Yes, Justin. Dave was on with us last night, Friday night, as well. And he hit a $21,000 pick 5 yesterday.
Yeah, I saw that. That was amazing.
Yeah, they had to block a bunch of people.
Yeah. As I, have said to people,
we're ready to go.
Take that as a badge of honor, because if you weren't being successful, they wouldn't care.
Uneventful beginning. Crazy Frazee broke alertly with stablemate Nuclear Empire. These 2 1-2. My Military Hero right off of them. Knock Knock Joke isn't quick enough to go with that 3. Summit in his back at the back of the field, losing position. Grim Reaper just passed them. We Miss Neil on the inside there too. They charge into the turn. Crazy Frazee is the leader at half length. My Military Hero second. Nuclear Empire third down on the inside. Grim Reaper shake it up. A joint third as they round the turn. A gap of 3 to We Miss Neil. Knock Knock Joke is dropped out of it as they hit the quarter pole. Battle continues on the lead. Crazy Frazee, My Military Hero side by side. Nuclear Empire still third. And then comes Grim Reaper, did not quicken when asked. There's a furlong to go. And it's Crazy Frazee on the inside, digging in. My Military Hero.
I think the 5 got it.
Is back in second, though, as it is now.
Watch the 4 next
Crazy
out.
Frazee
Ran a good third race. Didn't show us.
Frazee over My Military Hero.
All right. Well, we'll see how that works. What did the
Crazy Frazee?
What were the closing odds there on that double? It was like 6-1 last time I had looked. Looking up the double now. 5-3, 7-1. I'll take it. We'll see. We'll get back over to Monmouth shortly. Looking at what is next, guys. I think we've got a few minutes, and it's going to be Gulfstream Park Race 4, Oldie.
Gulfstream Park Race 4. You sure you don't want to go to North Dakota Horse Park?
I do not. I do not want
for the Fair Meadows, or for the Fair FAR for their two-turn quarter horse meet.
No, I'm going to pass. Be like Tony and hit the like button. That helps.
All right. Fire. Gulfstream, I think it's going to be tough you look at this 5 horse and it has no speed in a sprint.
This is a tough race, Oldie. I looked at Gulfstream early. The picks and the race sim, though, have the 2 and the 5 catching the speed.
Well, the 11 looks like it could be cheap, but it'd be 42s. This is a 46.
At 62 to 1 as a bomber. It's
the 10, the 1, they all look like courses that are going to try to get the lead.
So the one was on the rail last out and didn't break, and so it was in a 46.
Yeah.
So if it was off slow, saved ground, 1-2 back in the 34. In my opinion, the one has some of the most upside from the lightly raced horses. Even more so than the 11, who wired at 62-1. So if the one can get the lead, right, and I don't know who this little jockey is, but Cipriano Gill, maybe he could blow up the board at a big price would be my comment. So I thought the one, but Oldy, keep going.
Yeah, so I just wonder if there's enough speed here to get the 5, 2, and 3 potentially there. I mean, the 5's only beaten.
I like the 2 best out of the group of those 3.
But let's see. So if we go to the finish here, and let's rerun this, but let's throw the 5 out. All right, and let's take a look at how this plays out now.
Oldy, did you do a pick 5 at Saratoga?
Not in the no, not a mid-pick 5.
Okay. And Brandon, I don't think you can bet North Dakota Horse Park. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, you need to go to North Dakota to get that done.
You're right? Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's on. I've never checked to see if FAR is on Twin Spires, but
well, it's not on TVGs unless they, maybe they just have a contract dispute.
Yeah, maybe Tony's running the North Dakota Horse Park too. It's the NDRA. All right, so you see now it has the 9, the 2, and the 3. The 9 for D'Angelo won last time out, moving up in class, won by 2, and did show some speed. Just sat off and pressed.
Armio rides now.
Yeah, the only thing I don't like here is the GSR. But none of these horses are Secretariat either.
Sonny Leon gets off. Sonny Leon got off the 9 or got booted off the 9 over to the 6 horse, and then Jaramillo rides here. So the price at 8-1 is ridiculous, to be honest. EquinEdge running line at 3-1. The GSR is not good. This is not a good group though. Right. I think the 1 has a shot. The 9 has a shot. Keep going, Oldy.
Yeah, I could see the 1. I think the 1 might be a little cheap, as is the 11. It's just a matter of which one of these horses gets the lead, and do the other ones quit when that happens, or do they press and keep going? Thomas has been a jockey that's absolutely killed me. He loses when I use him, and he wins when I don't. I don't like Gill on the 1 at all. But, I might try something like a 6, 7, 9. Do I want the 9? I'm sorry, 6, 7, 9 exacta here. I mean, the 7's 1%, so maybe not. I'm just talking out loud. So maybe I'll take the 11, 6, and 9 there for an exacta. Tony likes the 9 at 7-1. It might just be worth a win place show on the 9 at that price.
I think I'm just going to sit this one out and be a spectator here, but I could see the 9 winning for sure.
Well, and we could look at it another way. And is there a double into the next race? Looks like it's the 8 and the 3 in the next race.
Top 2 picks.
8 looks like a money burner. 3 is dropping in class. If it runs that those 35K races, that it didn't win, coming back to synthetic. The 3 for me is the play here. The win percentage also says the 1, but if it runs this 11, 24, 23 race, that it almost beat, at this surface and distance, almost beat 35K maidens, and it's now in for a 12-5 claim. That horse should win easily. So I may play a 9-6 11 double, or I may just play a 9-6 double to the 3 here.
Are they on the turf today or not?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Looks like they are getting close. Thinking about going to the gate. After this, we will get out to Woodbine. They're going off in about 3 minutes. Gulfstream may post drag too long, and then Laurel in 5 minutes, and then we can look at Saratoga, which is 14 minutes out. We do have a stakes race next at Monmouth, the Boiling Springs.
Sounds painful.
Yeah, it does.
Going back to this race, I see they're just coming over to the track. I think Mr. American can win Oldie here on the 5 for sure. Edwin rides, but I would play this with the 1, 2, 9 and just keyed with maybe the 5.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the 1, 2, 9 I'll have great potential to run big races. The 1 is getting no love, and if the 1 can break, I think has a good shot. All the money is going to the 5. The 2 I thought was maybe the closer over the 5 actually. So
yeah, no, I thought the 2 was, as the saying goes, interesting. But
I just liked 1, 2, 5, 9 here. And I would try to, I'd be over trying to beat the 5 with the 1, 2, or 9 would be how I would look at it.
The 3 just has no speed at all.
Yeah, I think the 3 could hit the board, but I don't think
it's now post time.
I don't think can win.
Race number 4, starting leg of a pick 3.
All right.
Did you see what announcer Kenny did to Pete's booth when he was out?
No, I did not. What did he do?
Oh, check that out on Twitter. He wrapped everything in wrapping paper.
6 to 5
and
thanks, Dan. We love it, man. Go ahead.
He put googly eyes on all of his pictures.
He should have put him on the binoculars too.
I don't think he was going to touch the binoculars. That might get you hurt. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
They're off. Slow to start. Don't answer. Quick to break is Gallipan, who heads off for the early advantage from Grand Bay, who's the big white blazed horse. He's away in the top flight. Mr. American covers.
The 11 guy was quick, or the 10.
Yeah. XY face, Bourbon Warriors on the far outside.
The 1 did break good, which was good to see.
Ahead of Mayhem in the Palace, and the trailer is Don't Answer. To the far turn they go. There's 3 furlongs from home, and it's Gallipan with a wall of pursuers. In the blue colors is the race favorite, Mr. American. He's on to challenge. Outside, it's Bourbon Warrior. In between horses are Fortune Cookie, XY Face. He looks to get lucky.
1 has nowhere to go, but has a lot of horse.
Well, the 6 and the 9 are going to go like 12 wide.
Yeah, that's always a good trip.
Mr. American now has a clear advantage.
Come on, 1, get up for second. Get the 3 out for the try. Come on, one. Get up 1-9. 1-9. 1-9.
You got it.
Yeah.
Good job, Justin.
I just played it both ways. It was like $3 or something, I think, with the 1-5-9. Look at the one at 14-1. You get the 9 at 5 with.
And now it is the turn of Beyond
It's like
Oscar
shocky, but it probably end up paying okay.
for Sahin Savachi, gate number 6.
Over
Quality
to
Present
Vine.
steps forward.
Oldie, who was your top pick here?
Sweets is just behind the inside there, turning around gate 1, but Quality Presence has gone up.
I'm probably not going to get to it in
Sweets
time.
is
But
now on the move
What
to
race?
gate 1.
I like
it's a
the 8.
maiden
Gone
special
in.
race. Yeah, I
Roy
like the 8
Roy
was
Cobb.
one of the horses I liked here. I thought there was a lot of peace here. So I'll
Design Diva.
add that it was either the 8 or the 3 because of that. The 5, I think, is
And
also
the outside
dangerous.
gate in or.
I'm on the Ocho here.
Field is now
We're
set
off the
all in.
EP Taylor Turf Course today.
Off their race, a bump there,
But on
Quality
the
Presence,
inner-
and on the inside was Beyond Oscar, on the outer Roy Kopp, and going out with the lead. Nantucket Stay got away well with Lemon Sweets, and Vazi showing up for the early
With the man
lead
from
is
Nantucket.
sharing it with Lemon Sweets, a length to heliocentric Nantucket Stay. Quality Presence going around them, a length and a half away. Beyond Oscar, all for on the inside, and out wide a Roy Kopp and in awe. The trailer as they turn out the stretch is Design Diva. Showing the way Lemon Sweets by about a half to 3/4. Vazi second.
Chris,
are we
going to
Heliocentric, right behind is Nantucket Stay.
Chris, are we going to
On the outside,
Saratoga?
Quality Presence and
Saratoga
tucked
after
up the
this?
rails, all for honor, is mid-pack with Beyond Oscar. A length and a half to Roy Kopp, Design Diva second last, the trailer
Yeah,
in awe.
over
About
Saratoga.
6 or 7 covers the field, and showing up in front, Lemon Sweets and Vazi running a forward race. A couple away, Heliocentric, Nantucket Stay in a nice spot in 4th. 3 wide, Quality Presence, and 2 away came All for Honor. Going forward now, Roy Kopp 3 wide, Beyond Oscar the stablemate in the center, and together at the back as they bunch are In Awe and Design Diva. Little change to the running order. Lemon Sweets from Vazi. On the outside, going up is Quality Presence from Heliocentric. Nantucket Stay in the center. As they sprint, coming forward is Roy Kopp with a nice run. And behind them is All for Honor. Making ground is In Awe. Around the outside of Beyond Oscar at last, Design Diva. On the outside, Vazi leveling with Lemon Sweets. A length away, Heliocentric. Nantucket Stay trying to come through in the center as they corner, and the favorite's gone for home. Vazi dashed out in front, and it is Vazi by a length to Lemon Sweets, and down the outside is Roy Kopp, Quality Presence, Nantucket Stay, and In Awe, and Vazi racing away by 3 lengths for Sophia Vives. Chasing home is Roy Kopp on the
Second half
outside.
is just close.
Vazi clear, Roy Kopp in second, and down to the wire. Getting that nice win, Vazi by almost 3 to Roy Kopp. Lemon Sweets in a head bob, all Quality Presence for the show, and then In Awe, Nantucket Stay and Design Diva. 143.91.
All right, you guys want to go over to Saratoga and look at that sequence? Is that what we're thinking, Justin?
Sequence, maybe. Race, yes.
Yes.
Saratoga race 5. We do have Monmouth coming up here in 11 minutes. It'll go off right before Saratoga, so I'll get us out there for that live race when we get time.
The try, you know what the try paid at Gulfstream?
No, what did it pay?
Actually 164 to 1.
Wow.
With the 5 on top over the 1-9, a 14 to 1 over a 5 to 1 paid 164 to 1.
And
That's crazy.
Favorite won that, right?
Yes, yeah. It was $3 like each way in a try, like with the 1-2-9. Yeah, it was crazy. All right, okay. Oldie, go ahead.
Yeah,
I know you talked about this race. So you played a pick 4. You singled in the last race, didn't you?
Right, yes. And then I'm also alive in the early pick 4 for $5.50 to the coupled entry, the 3 and the 7.
How much does that pay?
Well, let's pull that up.
Well, the
I
entry.
thought that go ahead, Chris.
I was going to say that we can see the entry as even money.
Yes, the entry is even money. So, so it's about $19.50 for 50 cents. So, $39 for to the 1 for $1 times 5. So about right around a little less than $200 to the 1. You know, a little less than $300 to the 3. Actually, I'm not adding in that last 50 cents, so over on both of those. And then the 7 is about, you know, 130. So you're looking at roughly, you know, on that one, you're looking at over 500. You're looking at around $600.
So Dan's got a pick 4 cash in here, $4 one, and he's on the, what did he say?
The 4.
The 1 and the 4. Didn't include the 7.
Yeah, Dan and I are driving each other's prices down on the 1, on the coupled entry.
Thank you for that, Steve. It is even money.
Yeah.
Deep here. Not really.
This tough race. I mean, it's a great allowance race.
But Dave, turf. I'm assuming you played it for like $20-$30 then if you're going to play single, single, double, single, single.
All right, Saratoga going off in 4 minutes. I will be right back for that live. $50.
$50, yeah.
That makes sense.
So if we look at that will pay too, I mean, I keep hitting probables when I mean to hit will pay. You know, so that is only paying $29.37 for 50 cents, but you have it 100 times, so you know you're going to get paid pretty well still there, and that's how you play. As you know, Matt would say as well, that's how you play chalk. So, you know, I thought the coupled entry was going to be tough here. I just tried to find something that if they didn't, and amongst the coupled entry, it's the 1, not the 1A for me.
The 1's off a big layoff. I mean, does get Pratt, Chad Brown, but
yeah. I'm hoping the 7, who has 2 wins in this against 62 and 66, is, you know, a win each. But this horse either runs or doesn't run. But you know, has been pretty decent and has a win at Saratoga. For Gargan.
You know, you talk Rebel Red's taking a lot of money. Sherry DeVoe, Jose Ortiz,
yep.
You know, one last out, drops into Saratoga. I mean, I just saw the price now at 5-2, just taking a ton of money. So the GSR fits, you know, Samburu or Samburo, you know, this Scotty Longshot I thought was a legit long shot here because, you know, in racing form, you know, it's Manny Maker has been facing actually, you know, New York company here in allowance racing. You know, the one that comes off the layoff, the 1A has been racing at Aqueduct and broke its main special. So, you know, we'll have to improve where the 8 as a 5-year-old, you know, is the one who has the experience, won at Gulfstream Park, Oldie, you know, so Maker gets off the claim and has really stepped this horse up and just faced really tough groups. And so that's where I thought from a long shot perspective, the 8 really did have a look. I was really looking at the 3 and 8, you know, and obviously the 1 I think is the favorite. So Humpball the Mott, right, is the second pick, but that horse looks like it wants dirt. You know, I don't know. They come back to Saratoga here. And it did run well last out on the turf.
I'm not sure the 8 can rate, and you look at the 2, the 8, and the 5, and I think that those 3 are going to go pretty fast.
Well, the 8 rated, you know, like whatever, 8 months ago. So with your favorite trainer, Julie Stormfeld. So I mean, it nearly stocked the pace, 5 back for Stormfeld. So Maker, they tried to win on the lead. Then they tried to stock the pace in the 10 post in a 62, which, again, very tough. Basically very similar race here, and that was first race back. Didn't bobbled at the start, 2 back at 11 furlongs, tossed the race. So you're looking at a horse that has a 62 and a 66 and a 4th and a 2nd, right? So
Yeah.
that's where I'm at. I thought, again, it's a Sky long shot. So to me, it was just a live long shot. So you didn't even use the 8, right?
No, I did. I have it for 50 cents to the 8.
Okay.
So I played some A's and B's.
Gotcha.
A's and B's. They're heading over to the gate now.
It's post time. The horses are at the gate.
Thank you, Frank.
And there's Miramati.
Mm-hmm. They are
loading in the gate for the 5th.
This is probably where the Dallas Stewart horse goes gate to wire, right?
No. The 8. I'm telling you, man.
Thank you very much, Lafitte. We are waiting on Samburo in the colors of Paradise Farms.
Lafitte in his pink eye.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And Samburo is out luckily. So too, Devil's Got a Cause. Those two passed.
I thought you could get a pretty hot pace here.
And another 2 lengths back to Unit Economics. Transactional, not the best of the beginnings, but now up close regardless. And outside of that pair comes Suerte. It's a break of 3 back to Rebel Red. Hunt Ball is at the back of the field, right in front of Ramble and Wreck. Around the clubhouse turn, Devil's Got a Cause. Ran the opening quarter in 24 2/5 seconds. Samburo prompting in second. Transactional and Unit Economics right next to one another, and Suerte outside of that pair. Rebel Red is reserved, 6 lengths off the lead. It's another 2 back to Ramble and Wreck on the outside of Hunt Ball. Devil's Got a Cause. Samburo continue to do battle up top. Suerte tries to make a move, 3 deep. The half went in 49 seconds flat. Then Unit Economics and Transactional still racing together as a team. Rebel Red, 6 off them, followed by Hunt Ball and Ramble and Wreck. Not much change at all into the far turn. Devil's Got a Cause at the rail. Samburo has been keeping pace, and now Samburo has put his neck in front. Easily. Devil's Got a Cause.
Come on, baby.
Open up on me. Off the middle of the racetrack. He's out of the race. As they come to the furlong pole, Unit Economics is starting to come, as is Rebel Red with good strides. Finding room between ball in the blue. Final 16th of a mile. And it's Unit Economics. Rebel Red on the outside. Rebel Red. Unit Economics. Rebel Red. Easily.
Rebel Red got all the way down to 2-1.
Unit Economics was second. Then it was Hunt Ball. And
or as we also call it, double 1-1.
Yeah, even money. Let's see here. I think we're getting over to the turf course here at Monmouth Park. So let's flip over there. We can watch that one live.
You look live.
You are looking live at Monmouth Park.
It's a good stakes race. The 3-horse Balladay's EquinEdge horse to watch gold, right? So
you opening up trading cards there or what? Sounded like
it.
Sounds like a candy bar or a protein bar to me.
It's a Rice Krispie treat.
Oh, hey. Oh. There you go. Infused with anything from the great state of Washington?
No, just a normal kid-friendly one.
Oh, okay, kid-friendly one.
Some of the kids are at the pool. Some of the kids are playing video games.
Your 3 horse is currently at 7-2.
Yeah, wins the race sim. Well, the race sim has Spaladay being able to kind of stock off the pace, I would say, right? So this is not a big field. The rail is at 24 feet. Didn't really concern me too much. Is a big GSR. The 1 horse was the second Scotty pick, right? And then the 5 is the favorite. I think you talked about the 5 horse, but when we talked about it, only 9% off a layoff. I mean, it's working well for George Weaver, Paco. So, I mean, this horse is obviously probably ready to go. I mean, you're getting not a great price, right? So, and then Madam Mischief, the 1 I just thought maybe didn't quite fit here. I mean, I think we'll run a good race, but to me, it was between the 3 and the 5. The 4 could improve. Yes, for Chad Brown, it's the Scotty long shot. You're getting a much better price than the 5.
For race number 5.
Well, our friend Brett Anderson just got his 2 entries into the BCBC off that double at Saratoga, which ended up being even money over 2-1, and it paid 8.5 to 1.
Very nice.
Wow. That's pretty amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Madame Mischief to the inside post, the first one to come up.
I'm just looking
Carol, Katie Davis is related to Dylan Davis and Jackie Davis.
Spaladay in the Peter Brand.
All right,
I think the list of who she's not related to is actually shorter than the list of who she is related to.
I need to get this 3 home here.
New York.
2 back. Brock Nardini.
Give me the 3, please.
Your current favorite.
Give you the 3.
And here comes Alcohol to the outside post.
Might go off as a babe, FYI.
Alcohol. Rounding out the field of a half does it.
Alcohol.
Blame it on the alcohol.
We're ready to go in the Boiling Spring Stakes.
That sounds painful.
And Laroff from the inside. Madame Mischief gets a couple taps on the shoulder to get out there towards the lead and comes out of the chute with Progeny. These 2 together on the front end. They put about 2 lengths on
Dreaming off is the favorite.
Now easing off the pace. Brock Nardini in the 3rd position on a hold. A little bit keen here.
The power of the gold badge.
Inside of her and a deeper Alcohol. Spaladay at the back of the field early as the half-dozen 3-year-old fillies charge into the clubhouse.
3 can see them all.
Madame Mischief, the leader here by about a length. In the second spot,
yeah, I think the 3 get squeezed a little bit at the start.
In the rail with Brock Nardini to the outside. Alcohol 5th, 3 deep, 2.5 lengths off the lead, and a length to Spaladay, who now wants to get after the pack as they head down the backstretch. 5 lengths from tip to tail with 5 furlongs to go. Madame Mischief carving out the fractions in the Boiling Springs. A half length in front. Progeny there to the outside to press the pace. Lady DeBerry in a pocket 3rd. Brock Nardini outside in 4th, showing a little more rain with a half mile to go. Spaladay towards the back of the field still. Alcohol alongside of her as they go into the forward turn. Madame Mischief, a neck in front. Progeny sent along to keep up after that front runner. Lady DeBerry stays on the rail. Brock Nardini outside of her. Spaladay into the 5th position. She's got run, Spaladay. Looks like she's got a lot of horse here. In fact, she's going to cut the corner coming off the turn. Progeny at 29 to 1 is run.
Oh, 4 going to box her in, but she's going to push the 4 out.
No, that's her.
Come on.
You got it.
Yeah, get up. Yeah, that's the 4 going to run. The 4 might try to say it got cost 3rd place, but hopefully got up for 3rd. It was never going to get
There's not going to be
there should not be a DQ there. Yeah, there we go.
There won't be because they're both Chad Brown horses.
Boom.
maybe he'll get an odor objection.
I did not check and see if they're the same owner. Now I'm going to look. C Racing and Peter Braff.
Dan.
Dan
That's a
gets
good one, Dan.
the award for comment of the stream.
Right? That's good.
All right, very nice. 3 got out, 9-5. Not a bad price on the win side. I did not bet it to win. Just stuck with the devil.
One Madame Mischief. Second photo finish for third and fourth.
All right, let's take a look at the board here. Gulfstream Park, Oldie, in 6 minutes. Let me get you up on the screen.
Gulfstream Park in 6 minutes.
That horse
kind of already broke this race down. I like the 3 Grand Tower. It does not win the race sim, but is tied for second in terms of the race sim and the win percentage. But you look, this horse has been in against much better and nearly beat much better at the surface and distance. Was on turf last time. Didn't appear to like turf. Is working pretty decently off the layoff for Victor and his Barbosa. He's 22%. You're getting 3-1, which I think is a square price.
It's actually a really good price on the 3. They're not taking any money.
And should be able to sit right off that 5 and pounce. Also, looks like cheap speed on the 5.
Yeah. Cheap.
Yeah, I agree with that on the 5. The 8 horse is the likely favorite. I think the 3 probably will. If you get 3-1, I agree with you. The only other horse I thought, you have the 1 and the 2, Oldie. What were your thoughts on the 1 or the 2?
Well, let's look at the 8 for a second, and I'll tell you why I don't like the 8. I mean, the 8 does have this effort with a previous trainer that might have been good enough. That was similar in effort to the 3, but you look since it left Fox and went to Cordero and then Gonzalez, and has not run anywhere close to that. Breaks slow, is not beating basically the same level here. So the 8 for me is a toss. The same story on the 1 pretty much. Been running at this level, has run at this distance, hasn't really been close. The 1 might be the type that needs a lead here and can't rate, and that might be why. So maybe the 5 breaks slow and the 1 gets the lead. And then the long shot, the 2 Prince David. What do you think of the long shot? Lightly raced, dropped, now is going and extending out to a longer distance.
Which I thought, I did think this, it's low GSR, but this is bottom level, right, on the Tapita. So, I thought if you're using more horses, I think I thought I had it's 10%, goes up from 3%, stretches out, Oldie. So, I don't know, and it's this Thomas jockey, Anthony Thomas, I think. So at a price, I think this horse will continually float up. You're getting 7-1. The EquinEdge morning line has 30-1. I don't think we'll probably float up that much. I do think the money is going to continually go on the 1, 3, and 8, though. So if I was going to add somebody past the 3 and 8, it would be the 2 for sure. I thought that the Scotty Picks had this race. I didn't necessarily love the 1. Is maybe a player, but that's if I was choosing somebody on top, I would. The 3 comes with layoff lines. The 8, has been running. This is not a great race. I'd have to spread here. Like maybe I'll play a pick 3. I would still have to use the 2, 3, and 8, and maybe even the 1.
I think you have to look at the 4s a little bit here, too.
As a first-time starter.
Apparently, Dam has 6 winners from 7 starters and 1 stakes winner. is in for 12K with a 4% jockey.
Yeah, I have no idea who that trainer is. Soler. I don't know. 1%er? I mean, the 1%er is going to blow up the board. You're 3-2, so maybe you should just be, maybe the 3's the winner. The layoff lines, I mean.
Well, the track is on fire, so the first and second picks are certainly hitting at a higher than normal rate.
I mean, the 3 is dropping. I mean, the 8 is dropping and has Jaramillo. You know, I know they're going 2 churns on the Tapeta. I think they had moisture the other day. It looks better today. So
the 8's not dropping.
The 8's dropping.
No, it's not.
It's been at this level. I mean, from a strength of race perspective, heck yes. I mean, this horse has been dropping out of maiden special all the way through claiming ranks of 35, 25, 25, 35, 16. It has been in 12-5 since Gonzalez claimed was the favorite last out, but that was a 40-year-old. So this is just I'm going to land on the 8. You're on the 3. I'm on the 8. I would have to use, multiple horses though in a horizontal bet. This is not a great race for me in my opinion.
EJ going with a 3-1 double at Coldstream. Good luck.
I thought the 1, 4, 7, 9, and 12 all had looks in the next race at Gulfstream, race 6. 1, 4, 7, 9, and 12. I like all of those horses in a pick. I don't know if I was looking at race 7. I had not looked at that race, but was trying to look real quick.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at too. Two's going to be 2 on the lead, and the 6 looks like a little bit of a money burner.
Money
8.
Okay, huh?
Yeah, money burner.
I'm going to
guess 1 first off the layoff, and then a bunch of seconds and thirds. So probably putting it in the winner's circle there.
I'm going to guess a lot of those are money burners.
Well, no, I'm talking
about that's another tough 5 furlong sprint on the Tapeta, man.
Yeah, I think you got to single the 3 if I'm putting a ticket together here. And
looks like they're going to make their way over.
I would.
Here in a minute.
You're going to single the 3. I'm going to single the 8.
All right. Dueling singles, everybody.
Dueling singles.
Which means the 1 will win. Or the first time starter, the 4.
Woodbine going off at 3 minutes.
This race, so at Woodbine, let me just say that race is a super wide open maiden race that you could have alled and still been wrong.
That's not possible. How are you still going to be
I was
wrong?
waiting to see if I tried to slide that one through and see if anybody caught it.
No, that wasn't working today.
But no, you have
even money.
You have multiple Cassies in that race. The ones I didn't like, so I'm going to put somebody in the winner's circle here at Woodbine, were the 7, the 12, and what was the other one? Hold on, let me look. The 7, the 12.
It's a big field too.
Yep. And the 10.
All right, we're going into the gate here at Gulfstream. We'll get out there and then I'll flip over.
I'm playing an 8 into a 7, 9, 12 daily double.
Where?
And
here at Gulfstream. I have the 8 who's 2-1. Oldie have the 3 at even money.
Well, you're getting on the 11, if you like the 11 at Woodbine, who's a horse to watch, you're getting 9-1 right now on that horse.
Ragman, the second last to move up.
For Cassie.
And his mark. EJ is playing the 6 at the Vine.
And the 5th.
Good luck. Oh.
Joe from Kiev, fractious white blinkers nearest
The
the
1.
inside.
Trying to bust through the gate.
And I will tell you, was it the 3? No, it's the 5.
Maybe we can get a gate
5's
delay here.
15-1, but she's 25% with first-time starters at Woodbine.
Ready now.
Who?
The 5 horse.
Okay.
25% with first-time starters.
Ragman quick to begin. Joe from Kiev has speed. Splitting horses, Grand Towers on the go. The favorite, Grand Tower, marching toward the lead. Ragman is 3.
Did not have the 3 going to the lead.
The inside. Off heels a bit as Prince David racing.
I just knew that Jaramillo was going to sit back off the pace and make a run at the end on the Tapeta track. So we'll see what happens. 3-2 on the 8. The 3 going to try to go really well.
It's actually
25-1.
Out the back is Bernard Theater. That's the field, a field of 6 as they complete the opening.
Here comes
Micio said, "No more of this. I'm
25.
I'm deciding what this race shape's going to look like." Is what
25-1 for the first quarter.
Yeah. That's very smart though by Jaramillo, because he's like, you can't let a horse just walk out here.
Yeah,
that's true. Out of the final 3 furlongs, they went 49-1 for the opening half mile.
The 3 looked at him like, "Where'd you go?"
Yeah, where'd you go? You were right here.
That was pretty funny.
Trying to gain ground again with Joe from Kiev and Ragman, then Prince David and Bernard Theater.
Look at him waiting for him. He's waiting for him. He's not even moving his hands. Now he looks.
Tries to muster another effort. These
that was pretty funny.
Better than Joe from Kiev, then the Ragman. They come past the final.
You better be certain that you have force when you do that.
Top end by Edwin G.
Yeah, you got me, Oldie. 3, it can be 3-8.
Our battle of the chalk here.
Those were the top 2 picks too. So,
and the 1 was the other one tied in win percentage, finishes 3rd.
Prince David is 4th.
As I said, Woodbine, the 11, you're getting 9-1 now.
And McGill will be the last for Rafael Hernandez to gate 13. Stand by for a start.
Which Canadian 9-1 is like
comes to the line. So these youngsters have been very well behaved. Goes in, they're all in.
Canadian 9-1.
Locked up.
Whoa! Just kidding.
Off their race, they got out well too, and Sapphire Connect and Fanny M right through in the center for the lead, and showing up nicely as they settle into stride is Crystal Visions, and just like that, who's gone to the front. A break on the inside now to Sapphire Connect. Mr. Manning got behind them, and out for a rip going through the pack from Skylight Caper. Off the track is McGill, Creval Royale the center, and up the rail Zarabella. 3 away last is Bright Sunshine.
Somebody might want to
like
tell
that
the
in front of Fanny M. They've come away by 3.5 to Sapphire Connect and Crystal Visions. A couple of lengths behind them is Mr. Manning out for a rip, and running on is McGill on the outside, and back on the rail Zarabella from Skylight Caper, Bright Sunshine and Creval Royale. Out in the lead just like that by 1.5 lengths, Fanny M, Sapphire Connect, Crystal Visions. McGill's running a big race, and down on the inside, kicking on is Mr. Manning, but just like that in front, Crystal Visions coming and trying to get home on the outside, Sapphire Connect, and down the outside, McGill, Bright Sunshine and Skylight Caper. Crystal Visions has gone clear. Crystal Visions in front, out wider McGill and Skylight Caper, and Crystal Visions racing on to win. Crystal Visions
that would be one of the horses on my list of horses I didn't like.
Skylight Caper 3rd. Mr. Manning was 4th, then Zarabella, and Sapphire Connect headed the rest. 1-5-23.
All right. Oldie. Monmouth Park.
Monmouth Park. Got a note on a horse.
Oh.
The note is from 2022.
Gulfstream. Usually when I find old notes, they're always at Gulfstream Park as well.
Well, this horse, no.
I think we've just handicapped. Go ahead. No,
This
no,
is
I
at
know, but
Monmouth.
usually
But
the
from
old,
Gulfstream, yes.
yeah. Usually, because we used to handicap so much Gulfstream back in the day. Well, you still do, obviously, but that's where I always find my old notes is back at Gulfstream.
I have a lot of notes from 2022. So, if we look at this, from a pace perspective, the 6 looks like the face of Barrio gets a pretty easy lead. Still clear at second call.
Well, maybe the 2 though, but yes, keep going.
Well, but I'm looking at the pace, the race sim for that.
Yeah.
The 7 finishes up. So if face of Barrio gets an easy lead, maybe this horse can go gate to wire. Hasn't done it since was in the Rob Atras barn. Does get Paco though, and you are getting 3-1. Well, the 2, who doesn't win the race sim, but has some recency bias here for Michael Catalano and his. That this horse has been on an every other race pattern, and this is the every race, not the other. And the 7 top win percentage wins the race sim, but I just don't see this horse here, so I'm gonna take it out of the winner's circle here and put it in. And your morning line favorite is the 5 for Lewis Linder and his junior.
No, the 7 was the morning line favorite.
7 was, you're right. 7 was the morning line favorite. So it's an interesting group. I like Paco on the lead for Delgado. I like the price on the 5. So let's look at a 5, what a 5-6 exact is paying.
You and I are going 2 completely different ways in this race, which is not a bad thing. I think it's just kind of funny.
30-1 for 5-6 and 18-1 for a. So I think that's where I'm going here is to the exact pool.
I mean,
Yes, Gary, you can. You can bet whatever you want. They have rolling doubles at most of these tracks, so you can bet a daily double into the 2 in the 7th.
Mm-hmm. You can bet the horizontals, and you can bet
Madness is the 2 horse in the 7th on the turf. That's the EquinEdge horse to watch silver. Wins pretty much gate to wire. Big drop.
Madness, one of the better ska bands of the 80s. Popular song, Our House, in the middle of the street. For those of you,
it's not a great place to put a house.
No, it isn't.
Usually you want it at least up on the curb.
Yeah, for the most part. Justin's like, what are these guys talking about?
I really do not know what you're talking about. What are you talking
about? The lyrics are our house in the middle of the street.
Mm-hmm.
And I was commenting that you don't usually see houses in the middle of the street. They're usually at least on the curb.
That's what happens when you're born in 1980. You miss those 1984 records because you're 4 years old.
Yeah, I grew up on, and Gary's asking if you guys would bet the 2 Madness and race 7. I was looking at I only like the 5 and 6 at in this race at Monmouth Park. I like the 1, 4, and 7. So we have completely different horses. So I don't from a daily double.
Gary's 7 at Gary's 2. It's a silver horse to watch. 47%, which is 1% higher than the win percentage of the race. Morning line's 5-2. EE's got it at 7-5. Horse is 1 for 8. Getting Sammy third off the form cycle here for Claudio Gonzalez, who is at 12%. I mean, you could do worse for sure. Horse hasn't won since 2023 at Gulfstream, going 5 furlongs.
So Paco Road keep on rocking the 1-2 back at Monmouth Park in the 8 post, and now is going to be on the 1 post, and so they're gonna be both right up there. I bet Paco going to try to steal it on the front end on the 1 horse, and so then the 2's either going to have to be faster or is going to have to show the ability to rate, and I don't know if that horse can.
So the ticket generator, Gary says, likes the 2 as a single. Interesting.
Yeah, Dan asking Ashley.
and Scott, that's not a bad 80s song. There's a lot worse 80s songs there for sure. Flock of Seagulls still touring these days, but just with the only original member is the singer.
So they got a new flock.
Yeah, they got a new flock. It's a bad show. Don't go. All right, let's see where we're at here with the Monmouth. They're making their way over to the gate.
They're making their way to the post drag. I see what you guys are saying on because the pace number says the same thing on the 2 and the 1.
First deputy to the
so
inside
I'm looking
post.
at the 3, the second choice in race 7 for a double. So I'm playing a 5-6 to the second choice, the 3.
Notion to tap it
as my double.
And we'll get right over to Saratoga once this one happens.
Would be wild.
Huge Tesla fan. Tesla fan, huh?
Next you're going to say you're a huge Cinderella fan.
Face of Barrio.
The car, Mike, or the band?
To the outside. Looking super.
Get the block out there for sure.
Hey, what's that little green guy that Scott just posted?
This? I don't know.
And Lyra. Good beginning from Would Be Wild, who shows speed with Face of Barrio, where he likes to be on the lead. He's in charge. Austin from Boston, hard sent out of the gate. And
Austin from Boston
takes back to 3rd. Looking super. 4th, those 4 in a single file line down the back stretch. A gap of 2.
So go 6-4-5.
From Fatih.
Here, Justin,
because Notion to
he'll take your horse, my horse.
A half mile to go. A strung out group led by Face of Barrio. Carves out the fractions, a length and a tail ahead. Austin from Boston in chase mode 2nd. Would Be Wild getting closer outside of him. About to claim the 2nd position, comes after the leader. First Deputy moving forward on the rail. First Deputy has some run at a price. He's 10-1 down on the inside.
How could you tell?
In at the top of the stretch, looking super as they come off the turn here. Face of Barrio down the stretch, still in front. Would Be Wild fighting hard in the 2nd spot to get to the front runner. It's Face of Barrio.
6, good to go.
Shakes away.
1 ran big race.
Face of Barrio by 3, now by 4 as he hits the 16th pole.
Being on the lead's a good
Face
thing.
of Barrio, Paco Lopez. Gate to wire in a big performance.
And missed the exact the 1
to get 2nd over Would Be Wild.
The one was the price, man.
But alive to a double to the 2nd choice in the next race.
All right, Oldie, flip us over to Saratoga here real quick as they hop on the turf course.
Very nice. I was 10, 7, 11 here. For the late mid pick 4 or mid late pick 4, how do we want to describe that?
I like the 10 and the 7 here.
I like the price on the 10. I didn't think I was going to get 3-1 here, but the morning line doesn't like it.
Well, Well, it can't like them all.
It's post time.
Well, you should. Honest Banker, it likes the 5, who's losing in GSR.
Living in the gate for the 6.
Power Nap is going to be coming from deep the 9. You might want to include that horse in your exactas, trifectas, your exotics underneath.
I'm going to take Beach Cruiser, the 3.
Beach Cruiser, the 3.
Rider is off Tarriga.
20-1.
So Mike said it was Tesla the band.
The assistant starters.
All right.
Moving to guide her toward the starting gate.
Could be there are worse bands out there in that genre in the 80s.
They're backing Tarriga toward the gate. And then we still have a couple more. Honest Banker.
I bet Mike's a big rat
behind the gate.
Gotta love some rat.
Who continues to get solid action at odds of 5-2. Tarriga right to the gate now. They open the front for her.
I'd love to play snippets of those songs, but
and
we'll
then
get
3 more
in YouTube trouble. Put you in YouTube jail when you do that.
Here's Honest Banker, the Black Silks.
Devil Dog going with a 139 tri box.
Banker goes into the gate.
Saratoga, good luck.
And we're all counting on you.
Another airplane reference.
He also needs a little help.
They really need to redo airplane. I mean, there's
no. You have to remember the concept was taking actors who, and my wife got me the making of Airplane on audiobook, and what they actually said. The concept behind the movie is that we're going to take a bunch of actors from.
Very nice beginning for Active Congress. Straight to the front.
I'll explain in a minute.
Those two hooking up. And down on the inside, here's Beach Cruiser. Honest Banker has dropped right back now. Tarriga takes 3rd toward the half-mile pole. On the inside comes Byrne, Rosie Byrne, 5 lengths off the pace. Strictly Taboo is on the far outside, much closer, within 3.5 or so of the lead. Stolen Future is racing in between horses. Fancy Pants Juliana has 7 or 8 lengths to make up. Toward the back of the field, You Should Be Dancing, trying to make some headway in the blue. Racing on the outside of her, Fancy Pants. Going in 22 seconds flat. City Blocks is the trailer. Active Congress has been running smoothly throughout. Comes to the 8th pole, a 2-length lead. Strictly Taboo angles out and starts to power up into 2nd. They are followed by Tarriga a week in 3rd. Here's Strictly Taboo. And from the back, You Should Be Dancing late. Strictly Taboo with a 3-length lead. Strictly Taboo sharp in victory. Shot. You Should Be Dancing 2nd. Fancy.
All right, so the concept behind the movie was to take a bunch of serious actors and put them in situations where they play everything straight and don't realize that there's a joke going on. And it's a scene for scene parody too from another movie.
I know. I'd love to see Morgan Freeman do the Leslie Nielsen role. Right?
The problem for me is you have to cast that perfectly again.
Sure. But I mean, the obvious choice for the Kareem role would be Shaq, for sure, right?
Yes, and I will say that there was a line in there. Well, one of them still talks to, or was still friends with OJ until the murder happened, and in there that he comments that OJ's acting much was like his murder. He did it, but it was nothing to get excited about.
Yeah. All right, let's get out the Gulfstream. We've got 9 minutes to go there. Turf race, pretty decent sized field. That's the next one we've got here in 8 minutes. So that also starts the tropical turf pick 3 out at Gulfstream. So I'll let you guys get into that.
Is the turf tropical though today?
Huh?
I said, is the turf tropical though?
It's always tropical. What do you mean?
I'm just asking if it's tropical today.
It is very tropical today. We got nice high humidity and the feels like it's 103.
Well, Barry the Builder's getting pounded.
That's not good for Barry.
No. He's set 3-2 off the 8-1 morning line, 9-5 on the E morning line there. Motivo, I think, Justin, you like the 4 as well.
Yeah, I thought the 4. Good.
I was just going to say, technically, it's a multiple winner, even though it got DQ'd. Non-winner of 2 lifetime. GSR drops on the 3, who needs the lead. 13, I mean. Maybe the 2 stretching out will show something. I think you also saw the GSR bump on the 7 that I did and used the long shot the 7 as well. Or like the long shot.
They claim the 7, the long shot. They claim the 7, and then Luca Panici rides, and they took this horse off the claim, Oldy, and then dropped back in here onto the turf, going 2 turns with the GSR increase, right? And the horse showed ability under Sisterson, so broke its maiden and a maiden special like by 5 lengths. So probably has issues, but off the claim here and then step up to 16 is very sneaky for this trainer.
Well, if you're trying to sneak this horse through too, what you do is you have no recorded work since June 1st. So no recorded work since the claim. And I doubt this horse isn't working. So, it's been on a farm somewhere or somewhere where it's not the works aren't being recorded. And
for sure could be.
It's been in against way better on the turf here as well. So this is the easiest group on turf it's ever faced. And the GSR says it wants turf, so that this should be, I'm very interested to see how this horse runs, for sure. Beyond that, go ahead.
I thought the 9 and 12. Did you talk about the 9 or 12? The 9's closing on the race sim as Reyes. It's Battle of Dover. You get a morning line angle at 9-2 versus 10-1. You're getting 7-1. And so it's dropping an SOR with Reyes jumping aboard, and so I think that from the SOR perspective, coming out of 48s to 46s makes total sense. The win percent's right there, gets back to turf. And if you look back, it ran well in a 48 in a tough post, in the 10 post. And, I think does slide in. No, it doesn't because the 10 scratch. So, but in a much better spot than it has been, I think, lightly raced. And so, if you toss the some of these races, and I think this horse really fits. I do. So, and then the 12 was the other one, Yeager. So Zayas Orsino, 1 of 52, is going to 2 turns, ran 2 turns last out, is dropping. So I thought that was the other look, but I was 1, 4, 7, 9, 12. And if I was playing a turf pick 3 or playing pick 3s.
Yeah. So, I would say here as well, though, that the on the 9, what I see a horse that runs better on synthetic. Both of its best efforts have been on synthetic. Now, not on turf. I don't really like its turf efforts, even though the GSR says there really shouldn't be much of a difference. If anything, it's a little more turf. So I'm going to blame the trainer for those efforts. Has been at this level for a while in terms of claiming. It does get raised. You're right. It is by English Channel. So, should have some turf breeding, should like the turf. But I just don't like the efforts. I think this is going to set up pretty well for the one or the nut. And I think, the money's going to the one right now. Did win last time out by almost 10 lengths on the synthetic and gets a GSR bump.
John likes the 9 to complete his daily double, and Tony likes the 3 here.
All right. Tony likes the 3. Tony likes the 3 because of the name Sir Banana Brian?
No idea.
It's going to be up in that pace duel. It's stretching out for her.
Stepping out. There's another Joe Jackson song from the 80s. Stepping out.
Did you see the new Olympic sport this year?
Skateboarding?
No, what is it?
No. Breakdancing.
Oh, that's right.
What?
Yeah, breakdancing.
Breakdancing.
Mm-hmm. And you know who's going to do the commentary on that?
Snoop Dogg.
That's correct. That's the only reason I'm looking forward to the Olympics is Snoop Dogg doing commentary.
Well, and Colin Jost is going to be doing surfing.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, they have a lot of. I'm going to use the term interesting, because that they brought in a lot of interesting people for the the Olympics.
Stepping Out is a great song. I've seen Joe, I don't know, at least a dozen times. He does a great live show. If he's ever in your town, you should go. And yeah, Flatterer, we will look at the late pick 5 at Saratoga.
Because David, the true New York handicapper, is going to come and replace me in a little bit, because David's going to join you all, and David's just knows Saratoga much better than I do, so I'm sure he'll give a great ticket. Is the Gulfstream pick 3 on turf, Chris? Is it $3?
Yes.
$3?
Yes. Mm-hmm. $3.
Yeah, why not a pairing of Jim Nance and Charles Barkley?
I'm gonna play the Gulfstream turf pick 3. I'll put it in the chat. I singled a 4-horse in the last race. Oldy, go to the last race at Gulfstream.
All right, last race at Gulfstream, maiden special weight on the turf.
It's not a great turf race.
You singled the 4 going gate to wire.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes. Yep.
Horse to watch for Mark and his Cassie, or Cassie and his Mark.
Well, we've got a UK viewer on here. Capice in the Diana, currently 8-1 across the pond. We won't be able to see what that price is until they get to that race. But we will let you know. Speaking of H, we will have the HHH podcast. Howard will be joining us sometime between now and 6:20ish for a couple of races. So that'll be good. I will be on Monday night with Howard for the recap show. So watch us over there on the HHH Racing podcast.
And we're going to be doing a lot of stuff with the HHH Racing podcast and with those guys, the great guys, and we're happy to have the opportunity to partner with them.
Yes, absolutely. Good stuff. We're going to get them all converted to be EquinEdge users, and get rid of that DRF
just
junk.
ask you, is he getting ready to go into the gate? But with the rails at 24 feet,
I put my turf pick 3, Chris, for you in there.
Out there? No, I don't think so, right?
No, I
Okey
don't
doke.
think so at all. The Misael has got speed under him, and I think he can use that to
Misael.
his advantage. I expect
The 13, I think, has pace here, right? That was, if I remember correctly, the horse is the AE was going to draw in and show speed with whoever else had speed. No, not the 13. It was the 13. I don't remember. The 2 has the speed here. Yeah, I thought the 13 might show pace, Oldie, with Amicio. That's right. So I didn't use the 13 here, but I thought would inject pace in the race for sure. So he's always so dangerous, in a race like this. But I thought the 13 more might disrupt the pace with the 2 horse. It's a tough claimer at Gulfstream. The 12's not taking much money, or the 7. Only we talked a lot about the 7. You're getting this amazing price on the EquinEdge or Scotty Longshot, 18-1. I talked about the 9 as well. Yeah, I agree.
That's hilarious that you gave out 2 steeplechase winners, Flatterer.
Nice. Very nice. We all would like to see Scotty breakdance. I think that would be a good segment.
Yes.
The Rainbow 6.
It's this one now, but it starts here. Alpha Papadilla. So you would have missed it, but it's a turf pick 3 at Gulfstream.
From Banneker moving up. Banneker to shove a neck in front of Jaeger.
Just call him Al.
That's
Al. Al, friend of the show, coaching class regular.
Between horses, Battle of Dover. Out a bit deep on the
Dan, it was $90. It's a $3 base.
Towers, then Barry the Builder. The favorite finds himself with 3 behind him.
Al joined from his car.
Not 3.
So Charlie, Lord of the Nile.
Not 300, Dan. That would be not wise.
Quarter was 23 strong seconds, and Banneker working out the
There's the 7 lead.
3 parts.
Yeah, strong
is the coast in second.
fractions.
Yeah,
he races in third.
it's okay. I mean,
progress. He's racing
got loose, so.
2 back to Jaeger together with Manhattan Boy. They're 2 in front of Kuwait Towers, who's had some pace to chase.
Is there a horse named Jaeger in here?
Favorite is Barry the Builder, still with 3 behind him, and they remain.
And that smelled like the alcohol. Going back to the other horse, the alcohol horse.
The turn. The pace has been quick. They went 45-4 for a half.
Jaeger will get you, man.
Banneker starts to feel the strain. He's a length in front, winding up from the outside.
Oh no, there's Aramillo on the 13.
Warming to the task, Sir Banana Brian. Jaeger is right there. Over the top, here comes the late run from Barry the Builder. There's an 1/8 of a mile to go. Barry starts to hit high gear. He's 4th and closing with an 1/8 of a mile left. Manhattan Boy lugging in a touch. That does him no favors. Here comes Barry the Builder, front and center. Barry the Builder gets up.
Oh, God.
Wow.
At least I got out of that. That was a little bit scary. The AE drew in and ran a big race on the 13. So.
Yeah, Scott. I don't know if I'm taking Jaeger and Jack shots at the same time. That sounds like a recipe for disaster.
I think you at least want to alternate.
Oof.
But Jaeger bombs.
Jaeger bombs are good. Yeah. All right. That was Gulfstream. Oldie, how about Monmouth race 7, 5 minutes?
All right, Monmouth race 7, 5 minutes. Hold on. What is GF? I just want to see what the Great Falls. How about a race at Great Falls today?
No.
Crooked River Roundup. I know you were looking forward to that meet.
Crooked River Roundup is late tonight. But how about Monmouth race 7, 5.5, sprinting on the turf?
So 5.5 sprinting on the turf. Play the 2 and the 3. And probably maybe let's look at the GSR here. I'm going to add the long shot as well there. I'm going to reorganize. Ugh, I don't like that at all. Antonucci with the winner last time out. Let's see what it's using here. Let's see what the race sim thinks.
Yes, Woodbine is just, I think they've already gone off. We'll catch up to Woodbine on their next race.
Cheap speed. Let's look here and see if I can find something to single. Christophin is Clement. Monster wants dirt and longer. Great on turf and shorter. Hate it when that happens.
The nine at Woodbine, they just went. I was gonna say the 9 horse at Woodbine, but they just took off. So never mind. Keep going, Oldie.
All right, I think you got to have Victor and his Barbosa there.
2 here is taking money, 9 to 5. $2.15 on the fixed odds. I love
I'm just going to have to make a decision. Maybe Benny and his Feliciano. You got Safi and his Joseph as well. Third time Safi. I might single the long shot in the last for Safi, or in the third for Safi. Leg for Safi there. Let me just look at this race real fast.
$31 for that double going into the no,
that's good.
That's Probles for next race. Sorry. Your 9 at Woodbine is trying, Justin, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to get it done.
Yeah, he looks to be all out. We'll see if he can get around these horses. The 7 is the horse that looks to be at 3-1 might win. The 9 probably going to run second. Looks like. Oh no, the 9 going to stop too. All the closers coming.
It looks like it's
7 1 easy.
7, 8, 10, 9.
All right, I'm going to play at Woodbine. Little $24 pick 4.
Woodbine, Monmouth.
Not Woodbine, Monmouth.
All right.
2 through 4.
Who did you use in race 9? Oh, you're singling the 2? Oh, that was the long shot you were talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, keep going.
What's up, Kenny? Thanks for joining. Hit that like button. How are things in the great state of Wyoming?
In the great state of Wyoming. You know what we've been watching a lot of? If you got Gold Rush, anybody out here?
I've seen that long time ago. It's been on a long time.
Yeah, we're only on season 3. We've been binge watching it for the last week.
That show's been on for like I don't know, 15 years or 10 years or something.
What show?
Yeah. Gold
Rush.
Never heard of it.
Wow. It was on Discovery. I watched it a long time ago. I watch it occasionally, but yeah, I've seen it, Oldie.
Yeah, so we watch like 2 or 3 episodes a day at this right now, just binge watching it.
Well, Kenny, would you rather have all the snow or the heat?
I'll take the heat any day of the week, Chris. Any day of the week.
Yeah. Kenny tells us quite a bit of fun times when he gets a bunch of snow.
All right, are we getting close to the gate here at Monmouth?
Yeah, they're close to the gate, but they're thinking about loading, so we'll cruise over there. Snow.
Keep on rocket to the inside post, the first one to load in.
World Championship Indian relay races a couple nights ago.
Yeah, if you've never been to those, they're amazing. I've watched them at Emerald Downs. It's one of the coolest things.
Well, apparently both Kenny and Mike prefer the snow over the heat.
Not me. I don't like to be cold.
3-back, Derby Gift coming up.
I like to be cold during this time of the year, which is why
I think you more like to be crazy
into the outside post. Love like crazy.
Al jumped on your pick 4, Oldie, so good luck to you and Al.
We're ready
and
to go.
Al, if it doesn't win, you can blame Oldie.
And,
yes, definitely.
They all jumped
Go
away
on Twitter and blame me.
Derby Gift in the purple going to the lead. Madness is prominent and takes the second spot. Keep on Rocking third, easing off of heels coming out of the chute. The leader, Derby Gift, clearly by 2.
How about
Madness in the second position.
wire.
Tabor Time makes his way into third.
Yeah,
Keep on Rocking has retreated to fourth. Is 4 lengths off the lead. 1.5 lengths to No Fake in the 5th position. Clear of Love Like Crazy. And Special Affair is well behind, detached from the rest as they go into the turn. Derby Gift is the leader. 1.5 lengths. Madness trying to lug out here. Jockey trying to straighten him up. The rail's open for Keep on Rocking.
Straighten him up.
Forward and claims the second position. Tips outside into the 2-path as Madness has not cornered too well. Is trying to come on again on the extreme outside. Now Madness straightens up and kicks on with Keep on Rocking. Derby Gift has been swarmed on the
Keep
inside.
on Rocking in the free
No
world.
Fake, who had to slam on the brakes. 2-horse race at the 16th pole. Now make it 1 as Madness starts an inch away. It's Madness to give Sammy Camacho 2 on the turf today. Madness gets it done. Keep on Rocking. Second photo for the show, though. No Fake and Derby Gift.
We'll have to send you that YouTube link, Preston, for that song.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. Well, there you go. That was a horse to watch too, I believe, right? Silver.
Yep. Silver.
Hi ho, Silver. Okay, where are we at here? Saratoga.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stewards have posted the inquiry sign into the mid-stretch run. Please continue to stand by. Number 2, Madness.
DePaco object
to
Madness.
Photo finish.
No, they're saying inquiry.
We talked.
The stewards inquiry.
We talked a lot about that race earlier.
Goodbye.
Yeah. So, as the official steward, I'll talk to Stewart right now and get his thoughts.
Yeah, let's find out.
Okay, let's hear it.
There was last night. I want to tell you, at Century Mile, there was one of the worst takedowns I have ever seen. I got back irritated because I got knocked out of the poker tourney. Pulled it up, 11-1 shot. Clear winner, and they somehow took the horse down.
Third was number 7.
Because the guy on the 8 did the world's best acting.
Your top 4
was it
finishers.
worse than
The guy on the 8 did what?
Oh, is it just a total acting job? You know, it was like watching a soccer match, right? The guy flails around on the ground. All right, Saratoga, Oldie. Let's go over
We're
there.
alive to the pay leg there, but it's not going to pay much on the pick 4.
I'll keep an eye on the inquiry and see if there's anything exciting.
Yeah, let's see. So Saratoga. Here, I'll pull the pick 4 up real fast. I think it was 40. 37.50. So we're alive to the 3, 4, 5, 7, and 9. At Saratoga, those will pays are so if any of our horses win, we make money. 3, 4, 5, 7, and 9. On a $37.50 ticket. That probably could have been played for $3. At this
$3.
Point, we could say no, I'm just saying that probably your ticket cost probably could have been under $6 based on the results, but you don't know the results ahead of time.
Yeah.
Looks like the inquiry at Monmouth does not affect the winner. Was around the turn. One of the trailing horses got pinched.
So the 3 Tenacious Leader, the Pletcher, is getting hammered right now with IRAD aboard. Rapoli's a part owner here at Spendthrift and Rapoli. I feel like on the Pletchers now, you have to take a look at that. You do have where's the Ward horse? Hold on.
The 4 yeah, I mean, big work, Oldie.
So let's maybe watch that work. All right, well, they didn't mark whether it's the inside or outside horse on here. But again, these workout videos and notes are courtesy of Bruno.
Thanks, Al. Hit the like button, guys. Howard's going to join us after race 8 from Saratoga. David should be on.
When's David
this horse
coming?
definitely looks like it can run to me.
4 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
2022.
I'm going to hop off when those guys hop on then.
Okay. 2022 NHC champ, David Harrison.
This 3-star work says won by 3 lengths to work.
And it is official over there at Monmouth. I don't think there were any changes that affected anything pari-mutually.
Pletcher in race 8, you're saying you like. We have I thought this race was pretty wide open. In race 8, I'd watch out for the 6. This was my long shot of the day, by the way, as we can get into this later, but the 6 horse with the GSR jump in the monstrous works. You have a 1 of 184. You have a gate work. There was 1 of 15. You have a 1 of 27. I think this horse could really run, and I think 30. If we're getting 20 to 1, it's a gift there.
I mean, it's okay. I mean, you think that horse can win?
I mean, you look at some of these other horses. Look at the 4. It's a money burner. You look at the 10, Hurricane Nelson. I don't see why this horse, or the Nevin horse, who nearly won a maiden special weight at Aqueduct against Similar.
I don't disagree. It's not a great, but I mean,
And you have the 2 Chad Brown.
This is a tough main special. Yeah.
And if you're getting 10 to 1 on the Chad Brown, coupled entry as well there.
If you played the Gulfstream Park Pick 6, there are only 127,000 live tickets.
Okay, but who's playing 127,000 tickets?
They got at least 127,000 tickets in there.
I'm assuming there were more than that, but I'm just saying. And Bruno, I think, liked the 9 horse for Lucas here. And, just his notes. This horse has a 4-star work. Didn't really run first time out. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this horse run as well. And then we also, so I used way too many horses in my, and I'm getting confused between races, but, I think this 9 can run. I think the 4 can run here. I think the 7 for Tom and his Amos can run as well. And can rate a little bit.
Tom and his what?
Amos.
Oh, okay.
I was careful with that one.
Yeah, very good on the pronunciation.
Horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time.
Thank you, Frank.
And it's Maramati.
Tough Catch, the first one to load, joined by a sleep at 8.
You see when they do that move with the hands around the ass, bringing them in?
Three more left to load.
In Woodbine, they have like a little glove that they use. Like it's got like a little thing with 2 handles. Each guy grabs a handle and they bring it in. Must be a Canadian thing. Maybe Ashley.
Devil of Ramadi, Innovator to the outside. Walking up.
Well, you wouldn't want them running up.
Yeah, well, 6 didn't realize the race was going on and walked out of
the gate. And they're off. Very awkward start for Sam's Rocket. And a beautiful catch who speeds clear by 2 lengths in the first few jumps. Floodlights is up in the mix in the early stages, racing a joint second. On the outside comes Innovator in third, and down at the rail, Moment's Notice is racing in fourth. It's 2 more lengths back to Tenacious Leader, racing in mid-pack. Devil of Ramadi is next, followed by Munson. Then toward the back of the field comes Asleep at 8. And slow starting Sam's Rocket at the back. 21-3 for the opening quarter mile. And
wow.
Shows the way with a quarter of a mile to go. Innovator is in pursuit second as Moment's Notice revs up on the outside third. 3/16 of a mile to go. Tough Catch hugs the rail and goes on strongly with a 3-length lead still on Innovator, who's trying his best. Moment's Notice on the outside with good strides, but 4 lengths to make up in the final 16th of a mile. Tough Catch and Luis Saez just keep on going, and it will be Tough Catch all the way.
That was all about the break.
Debut. Innovator was second, Moment's Notice third, and Munson was.
Wow.
Also big works on that horse.
They were cruising. All right, let's bring in David. Hello, David Harrison. How are you doing today?
Hello, gentlemen. How's it going?
Not too bad, man. We're enjoying this in Saratoga. These winners. How's your afternoon been going?
Good. Unfortunately, I should have come on about 5 minutes earlier because I used 2 horses in that race, and one of them was Tough Catch, and the other one was a little price. So when he broke out like that, I'm like, 5.5 furlongs, you get the lead. And we were talking about this on the show yesterday, that, you know, in a dirt track at Saratoga, you still want to be close to the pace with all things, you know, all things considered. You know, again, some races have pace meltdowns, but good. Actually, I was off to a real sluggish start at Saratoga because when you have a bunch of chalk in the first 4 races, you know, I'll play chalk, but I'm not playing chalk in 4 races in a row. So, you know, you play a pick 4 and you end up losing money. So, but yeah, it was good start. So good start to my late afternoon show. How you gentlemen doing today?
Not too bad. Oldie, we're going to get over to Gulfstream.
All right, Gulfstream.
Okay, Gulfstream.
This the pay lag to our pick 3 here. And we are alive to, I think everybody's pretty much alive based on the results of the first 2 races. But we are alive to, let me double check the horses here, the 2, 3, 6, and 8. So $22 to the 8 being the lowest.
Hello, Al. How you doing?
I mean, the 2-1 last out, Oldy and David, good to see you. I'm going to hang out for a minute, and then I'm going to let you take over when I leave. But it's good to see you, sir. I thought the two, Oldie, I mean, I could see spreading here on the lead. It won last out on the lead, right? So, I mean, sprinting on the Tapita and the 56, I mean, made total sense. Not a pick, and then the picks in the 3, 6, and 8. So the 3 has 2 wins at 5. I it's a long shot look for sure. It's taking money then too as well at 3 to 1, a little bit of a surprise. And then I have a note on the 8 horse, Oldie. We talked about notes on horses, and this note is, I don't know when I put it, but it definitely, it's probably older. I mean, how old is this horse? Yeah, he has 47 starts. So the one thing I noticed is it's now racing over on the synthetic, and it's been racing at 5.5, but if you go back to those races, it's giving an outside post. Zaya's riding. He's going to have to sit a good trip. I thought could be tough, here at 5. The horse just looks maybe it wants 5 furlongs versus 5.5, so I don't I think we'll sit a good trip, but, I could see spreading would be my comment. I didn't have an opinion. I agree with your 4 horses. David, any thoughts?
Yeah, I looked at this, and again, the listeners who join in quite often know my opinion on Tapita. So this is a race I would tread very lightly. Just for fun in this race, I'm probably I would use this 7 Barbara and something. This horse back, and this horse is 9 to 1 off a 20-to-1 morning line. Yeah, the EE morning line was 50 to 1. This horse is taking money. So in a race like this, sometimes if I see a horse taking money for a reason I can't really justify, I'll give it a shot with some. And a race like this, when I'm hanging around, this is entertainment play for me. And the one thing, it's a very difficult Saturday late afternoon card, especially at Saratoga. So I treat a lot of these races as entertainment. So if something strikes in my head as a key play, I'll let you know. But I'm along for the ride today. I'm going to try to get Barbara in a 2nd or 3rd. That's all. That would be my play here.
All right, 3 minutes.
Now this horse did again. I'm sorry, Oldie. I do have some loyalty, unfortunately, when I have success with some of these horses in contests. And I had Barbara, who was on 316 at a huge price, 64 to 1, who ended up finishing 2nd. So I guess I'm a loyal guy. So, but 8 to 1 seems a little low. And when a horse takes sneaky money, I'll give it a shot for entertainment play.
Fair enough.
So, Chris, I'm going to do a quick pit stop here, so I'll let you guys take it for a minute.
Pick 3.
I
think Oldie.
He's ending.
Oldie. Yeah,
he's ending something here. Yeah.
I think he was ending maybe at pick 3, David. He has the 2, 3, 6, 8. The only horse that you talked about the 7, and I agree, this is a rough race. The 9, Ideal Breeze, not taking a lot of money, but maybe has potential. Chris, is there I was just wondering if there's something else. I see Gulfstream's not for a couple of minutes. Is there anything else for us to chat on? We
got 7 minutes to Laurel, 9 minutes to Monmouth, 9 minutes to Woodbine, and then Saratoga is going to pop off with their late pick 5 in 25 minutes.
Why don't you just send it to the Gulfstream video and we can just chat? So, David, it sounds like you on the NHC show, you did well yesterday per the people in the chat.
Yep. James.
Yeah. We did well. Both. Scotty had some nice picks too that were running, in the money or close. But yeah, I did well in the feeder yesterday. I finished 2nd, and had some nice prices, and continued it up in the qualifier where I actually, with a little more luck, I would have gotten higher. But I've got finished 34th in the qualifier. So I'm glad that the horses I picked, ran. And any listeners who were joining in, maybe capitalize on that. So I always like to see the EquinEdge family, loyal listeners cash in. So I hope that they did, because sometimes you get hot, you get cold, and even the best handicappers have an 0 for a day. But as I was mentioning yesterday, I did get another NHC seat last Friday.
Nice.
That's when we didn't do the show, so I didn't give out picks. I felt kind of bad. I'm like, well, it's ironic that when the week we don't do the show, that I end up scoring a seat. But the day before, I was in that 4th of July special on horse players, and I zeroed out, bottomed out, 0 for 12, dude. And it's nothing more embarrassing than people looking on like, hey, the NHC champ there, 2022, he's dead last. He was terrible today. So I felt I needed to rebound, and
and then some points. You came back and won a seat.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yep, and I got some yesterday.
Are you double qualified, David, or is that the first one?
No, that's the second one now. Yeah.
Oh, so you're done. You're ready to go.
The win in the Silver Sunday, that was also came with an NHC seat, which was great to get it out of the way in March, right? So pressure's off now. The pressure is totally fair. And Dave is right. It wasn't fair. Okay, I beat him by $1.20. Thank God in that last race at Los Alamos, my horse ran second, gave me $5.50 because he had a nice play, a good play in the last race of the contest, and it was a pick and pray. And when I looked at that, I'm like, yeah, this guy. When I saw that horse, I'm like, yeah, this dude's gonna beat me. So, but hey, sometimes you win by $1, sometimes you lose by 10 cents. So, but thanks. It's been pretty good the last couple of weeks. And I just wanted to respond.
Coming over. Go ahead, David.
One of the comments, I just want to make sure I acknowledge everybody. James, thank you so much. It's a matter of fact, if I had one or two of my second picks rather than my primary, I probably would have gotten a seat. But you can't look back. You can't. 2020 hindsight is. Hindsight is 2020, right? So
that's why it's so hard, right? You can be like right there, and just little differences make it tough.
Yeah, I can't begin to tell you how many times in the past, though, gentlemen, that I was alive for a seat, and I was right there. And you need one more horse to hit the board and get a terrible trip. The horse is the best. He's winning out of traffic. He gets blocked, and it's a sick feeling. But I learned to bounce back from those things. It used to bother me, but. All right, now I changed my mind on Barbara. She's not taking any money now, of course. But I just put a place in show bet for shits and grins. So good luck, everybody. Yeah, 30-1 is what I expected to get.
Race favorite is Gitana. Colors of Patter Pop Racing already on the Saturday scoreboard. Ideal Breeze draws the outside. In the gate. And they're off. Good start from the center of the track. It's Check the Grade who heads off for the early lead. Check the Grade off the lead now by a neck from the inside. She's a Raging Cajun is their second. Moving up on the outside is the favorite Gitana. Wide on the course is Ideal Breeze. Gitana's going to get tightened up for racing room. She got eased back to race in fifth. No harm done there. 3 wide is Barbara. Down at the rail, Magic Moonstar beat to the punch today in front of Nike Can, and Drinks on Me is last. They round the far turn, and Gitana's in a world of hurt now. She got shuffled back, but she's not picking up her feet at all here. She's actually lost ground as they race to the top of the stretch. Meanwhile, at 50-1, they have Anthony Thomas and Check the Grade to catch. Cajun major danger, and she looks like she's going right by. Here comes Cajun Fantasy to take the lead an eighth of a mile out. She's a Raging Cajun.
I'll take it.
Second. Check the Grade trying to salvage.
Yeah, you can't complain there, Oldy.
Drinks on Me.
Come on, Barbara, get up to third.
She's in front.
I could complain, but nobody cares.
Close, David. Yeah, that was close. I mean, you get 4-1, Oldie. It was the Scotty long shot on the 3-horse Cajun Fantasy. Took money. You know, yeah. I mean, you get around the big favorite, right? I mean, hey, can't complain.
$50 on
right.
a $16 bet. I'll take it.
I'm leaving you fellas. I hope you all have a good afternoon. David, it's good to see you. I will see you
my
soon.
friend.
Chris, Oldie, good luck. Crush your bets at Saratoga. Look like a good second half of the card. So thanks, everybody. Bye, guys.
All right.
All right. See you, Justin.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
All right. Let's see. Where are we going to go next? You guys, we've got Monmouth in 2 minutes. And Woodbine in 2 minutes. I'm going to guess Woodbine is going to go off first.
That sounds right. That sounds like Woodbine to me. I'm putting together a little pick 4 here at Woodbine.
I did like the 6-horse with Emma Jane, who has broken Julie Crone's record for purse earnings by a female jockey.
Good statistic.
The Gail Cox
horse. Almost fourth.
Yeah. Hey, listen. When you have a 40-1 shot, I got my thrill out of it. Yeah. You just don't want him to run dead last. You know.
No.
It's worse when it's a single and your best bet of the day and it runs dead last, like what happened to me last weekend.
You give out a horse lock of the day, and the horse never fires.
Race 7, which opens the late pick 4. Back in action is Oaks winner from last season.
Only were you putting together a ticket real quick?
And
I'll get you up here while they get ready to roll.
I was, and this is my ticket.
You did use it because the one thing that stood out to me in this race, even though the horse doesn't have any synthetic form, the 2 expansive per part looks like has such a metric speed advantage at 75 that when I see that big of an advantage, I'll play that every time. So I'll play the 2 here.
Yeah, so I played only the 2 and the 3. I think the
Wickenheiser steps in. My Risky Affair for Emma Jane Wilson.
David, I got an NHC question for you.
Blueberry Fields.
Sure. We're going to get right over to.
And the last is Indy Champagne. They'll be on their way. Stand by for a start in the gate. Lock up. Off they run, and Alicia Field pinged the best. Away nicely was Comanche Country, going for the lead on the inside. Spansive takes up the run. Out deep on the track, Blueberry Fields descending towards the leaders with My Risky Affair. Wickenheiser, Indy Champagne behind them, and Talbea with Speed to Target is a length and a half away last. Racing out in front is Spansive as they take the turn. To second, Blueberry Fields. In third, Elysian Field, and over on the inside, Comanche Country. Racing wider is My Risky Affair. A length behind them, Wickenheiser, Indy Champagne. At last is Talbea. Opening the lead up here is Rafael Hernandez, and Spansive shows the way by 3 lengths. Second, Blueberry Fields. Comanche Country third, taking closer order, Elysian Field. A length and a half, Wickenheiser coming through nicely on the inside of My Risky Affair. Second last, Indy Champagne, and Talbea at the back, starting to wind up, and about a 7-length gap between first to last, and the leader Spansive has some cushion up front by 2.5 to Blueberry Fields. Elysian Field is right behind on the inside, Comanche Country. One away, Wickenheiser. They bunch up as they go after this leader who's given a breather. Towards the back, Talbea needs a way through on the inside of My Risky Affair, and last, Indy Champagne. Only 4 lengths covers the field, and Spansive by a length and a half. Elysian Field's coming now and moves with an early run on the outside to second, and going is also Blueberry Fields, and the fields have come alive. It's Elysian Field joining Spansive, and Blueberry Fields in the center. Running home is Wickenheiser, My Risky Affair, and well behind them Talbea, turning, and Spansive on the inside. Elysian Field the outer. Between them, Blueberry Fields, and they slog it out with Elysian Field on the outside, and Blueberry Fields the center. On the rail, Spansive not going away. Wickenheiser down the outside, running on pretty well. Elysian Field and Spansive. Spansive back in front. Expansive, Elysian Field. Expansive on the inside. Elysian Field.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh,
We're in a game race. We wanted that.
Field.
Yeah, wanted that 9-2.
50-92.
All right.
Over to Monmouth.
We're ready to go.
They're ready to go.
And they're off. Good beginning for all the runners. Crafty Don put into play early, has the lead. Max's Glory second. Go Irish third as they approach the clubhouse turn. Irish Meadow, the gray horse down at the rail, scraping paint. Libs Contento eases off that rival, runs in midfield with Go Irish, who's happy to track the pace around the turn. Pal is next with Last Romance, and Irish Boolam is the back of the pack, well behind Crafty Don, who wings it on the lead, hits the three-quarter pole with a 3-length edge. Max's Glory in the second spot. Irish Meadow off the rail now in about the 3 path, takes the third position. Then comes Go Irish, Libs Contento. They're side by side. They're a length and a half clear of Last Romance and Pal. They're together. Space of 5 to Irish Boolam, who can still see them all down the back stretch. Crafty Don, the longest shot in the race, 55-1, is in front at the half-mile pole. Length and a half in front of Max's Glory. He's not closer. Irish Meadow, Carlos Rojas getting to work aboard him. Go Irish is going to be caught 4 wide into the turn, is right there, though, stalking, attempting to get closer. There goes Go Irish all the way into second around the turn. Behind horses, Libs Contento in the orange cap has 5 lengths to make up, is being asked to quicken. The others are well out of it as they come to the top of the stretch. Crafty Don is a quarter-mile more to get. Go Irish on the outside. Irish Meadow is not done. Fighting between horses coming off the turn. Far outside, Last Romance took a bump with Libs Contento. They're moving as a pair, though, and they're coming quickly. Outside, Last Romance. Inside of him, that's Libs Contento. Irish Meadow not done. Continues to grind along. Crafty Don at a price has run a big race, but it's Irish Meadow to win it. Irish Meadow outfinishes the line.
Wow, that was
second. Crafty
that
Don,
was all trip, though.
Last Romance and Libs Contento.
All right, Oldy, we're going to get over to Saratoga and cap this late pick 5 while you get set up there. David, Dean James has a question here about entries.
Yeah, see, why do people get more than one entry? Are you referring to the online contest or the NHC itself?
I think it's NHC.
Yeah, and I will tell you, in all honesty, I thought about that myself because I know the reason why, and it's a financial thing. Obviously, the more people who have the opportunity to play, the more in the pool. If you had one and you limited everybody to one entry, it's kind of like more of a fair shot, right? Because nobody ever has an advantage, but really. There's going to be more handle with 2 people, and you're going to have more entries. There's going to be more handle at the host venue. Same thing. Why the onlines have multiple entries, right? More cash going into the pools. So I don't really like the 3 max on the online. I prefer it be 2. Because there's a lot of guys who just throw tons of money at this stuff, and just picking up wild numbers. Eventually, you're going to hit something with. But if you want to have a contest with $165 entry fee and you're throwing 3 entries every time, I never had the disposable income to do that. I wouldn't have done that because I'd rather take that $400 or $500 and bet it, for live money on the day. I don't want to spend $165, $500, where all I'm going to get if I miss is either tour points or breakage. I want to win money. So that's a good question, but I don't think it'll ever go down to 1 entry. And the 1 year, I just point out to you that the 1 year that I did win, 2022, I had 1 entry. And the Silver Sunday contest last year, I also had 1 entry. So, the question is, does the 2 entry, is that such an advantage, right? Because some people get confused onto what horses they play on each ticket. And I had a strategy when I had the double entry, and I liked my strategy. So this year I'm going to use that same strategy. I'm not going to disclose it yet because we're way so far away from the NHC that I may change my mind. But yep, those are the rules, and either play by the rules, and there's some people who don't play by the don't want to play by the rules, so they kind of dropped out. But yep, it's the financial thing.
All right, let's get into the late pick 5 here. Oldy, I see you have a ticket up there.
Yeah, so $144. You can play this. You can go shallower in other spots here as well if you want. I thought this first race is about as wide open of a race as you will see today. Here, I don't like any, either of the Scotty picks, the 10, 2, or 4. The 4 is not getting bet at all. The 10 is coming off a layoff. The 2 is the second time starter which is Ortiz and Ortiz with John and Jose. You have the Pletcher first time starter by Curlin and Upstanding. You have the McPeak horse that we heard a little bit about today from our McPeak contact, the 7. I also thought both Chad Browns here are not getting bet, and I think are very dangerous. And I mentioned this earlier. The 6 is my long shot of the day. The works are huge. The move and the GSR move to the dirt as well here. This horse may just be able to run and not turn back like we saw in the last race. And then the 9 for Nevin has a race that's good enough to win here against similar maiden special weights 2 back at 6 furlongs. So, to me, this race was just wide open, and I did not have a strong opinion, so I spread here. And, with the exception of what's going on the 10 right now, the bettors are spreading as well. And you can see my 6 horses getting bet. It's down to 16-1 from a 30-1 morning line right now.
Hey, Kyle. Thanks for joining. Appreciate you taking time out to come and see us. We'll have your host, Howard Kravitz, on from the HHH Racing broadcast right after race 8 here at Saratoga. David, while we're going through Oldie's ticket here, question, do you ever bet Gary Contessa?
That's a good question. I used to bet Gary Contessa quite regularly back about 10 or 15 years ago. And now I know he's resurfaced. He was a leading trainer at Monmouth for a couple of years, and also he's big on the Jersey circuit and also at Naira in the winter meets. But he kind of faded out. There were some issues there. But he's had a comeback last year. Actually, he's got some 2-year-olds, I noticed. And he had a winner last year. I can't recall the name, but he won a stakes race. Was it the Schuylerville? Yeah. I don't remember.
He won the Schuylerville and he won the Sanford.
Yeah. And, I try to, again, if the barn starts having success, it's fine. But, any trainer one time as a one-off can get a really good 2-year-old, right? I'm not, I wouldn't go out of my way to play a Contessa horse because it's Contessa. But if I thought the horse had the right breeding and the right style for the race, I would have no problem with that. And you usually get a price on Contessa. The same thing with Nick Zito. Nick Zito's making a comeback. He's got some horses from Rapoli and a couple of other stables. But, until he starts winning at Saratoga, I know he wants to do well at Saratoga. He's a nice guy. I used to run into him all the time at the Racino when I lived in Saratoga. Good guy. I chatted with him a while. He's a funny guy, and he's a New Yorker, so I love that. But, he faded out of sight for a while. And hopefully he does well. So these older trainers coming back, I'd like to see them do well, the old school guys. So I wish them.
Nutella was the one that he won with last year.
Yes. Good. Yeah. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, Nutella.
Chuck Brower, who is an EE user in our chat, he is Gary trains horses for Chuck and his ownership group. So we usually get some good stuff. I think, what was that horse's name? Boss Tweed?
Something like that. Hold on, let me look that horse up real fast.
I think you're correct.
Yeah, we hit a few with him. We hit that one hard a couple of weeks ago as well.
I believe that horse is an MTO tomorrow.
Yeah, and they're gonna try and do what they did before, which is just go to the lead and go. Which is, there was another one today, Oldie. I sent you the note on Boss Tweed. That's it.
Yeah, so that's the next race. And,
okay. Yeah, I wanted to just comment on this upcoming race too, unless you want to go through your pick.
No, go for it.
Okay, just quickly. Yeah, I agree. I'm on the same page with Oldie. When I looked at this late card at Saratoga, I'm treading lightly. These are like, if you hit that pick, you're going to get some cash out of it, because this is tough. And, when I see some of these races are just, a toss up, and especially maiden special weight to lead off the pack. But there's two horses I'm going to try to get home here. And of course, I'm looking for a price. And the first one I'm really interested in is in Runnels Channel, the Belmont horse. This horse, I like the cutback. This horse has conditioning. Out of all he's got the most starts in the field, I believe. And, the first race last year, you can just throw out, that's a conditioning race. Mott doesn't usually win first time out. But he's run pretty well besides that Churchill Downs race, right, where he's bet as the favorite. And maybe they're just looking for the right distance for this horse. So I like the cutback. This horse has good conditioning. July 7th workout I like. And the only other horse I wanted to mention is the 5, Scandidio. I think I pronounced it right. Mark Henning. Now, he raced in that Illuminaire race. And I don't know if did you gentlemen on to see Illuminaire today? That horse was impressive. And I was there that day, speed favoring. Illuminaire got the lead. I misjudged Illuminaire because I thought that horse benefited by the speed. That horse is a future stakes horse, in my opinion, of that performance today. So Escondo was in the race, bump start. You had to be on the lead or near the lead on that track that day. So you can toss that race, and he made a middle move and now puts blinkers on. So I think this horse is a live horse. This horse is a sleeper, in my opinion, with the blinker change. So I'm betting the 4 and 5 win place bets, and I'm going to leave it at that, because the rest of the horizontal is so challenging for me that I'll just play race by race. But
Aldi, quickly get over to the Diana in this sequence. They're getting ready to go to the gate.
All right. So also the other horse you were talking about is the 3 in race 9, by the way, Phileas Fogg.
Yes. We talked about this one in the coaching class last night, this 3 horse that we think we know it's going to get out. They're going to go to the lead with this one and try and hold on at a price.
So I just don't see how the 2 here wins this race. Personally, it's a long shot, so it'll come back to haunt me. I shouldn't have said that out loud, because that's the way things work with the long shot. But I just feel like this horse, is a little bit of a cut below the other Chad Brown horses here. Also a cut below the Didia. So for me, Didia is my top choice. Likely would be a single for me if I wouldn't have found another horse I like.
Horses are approaching the starting gate. 1 minute.
White Beam, I think, will sit right off. Evie
White
Jets
Beam's going to lead, 100%.
And no, I think Evie Jets is going to lead. I think it's going to look very similar to the last race in terms of that. At 9 furlongs, Chili Flag's going to be closing. Fluffy Socks for me is a complete toss. Gina Romantica, I've used multiple times this year to no avail. So for me, she's a toss this time. So she'll probably beat me here. But, if I had to add back here, it would be the 9 and the 3 would be the 2 I would add.
A lot of people are on Moira too.
I don't like Moira on the turf. I know she won the Grade 2 Canadian, but I think Moira really prefers synthetic.
Right, and that 1 for 7 record on the turf in a grade Grade 1 race, I'll pass on that too, especially 5-1. I think that horse will drift up higher, but I'm on the same page with you. I think the 3's got a shot, and just for when a trainer has 5 horses in a race, I want to bet against them. So I'm just trying to beat Chad Brown here. I don't care what what's
to you. It's telling you that he probably doesn't like any of them. Is that your thought?
No, I just don't like the idea of any trainer having 5 horses in a race.
Okay.
It's just, I'm against that. I've made that known before. I think there should be, and again, they're never going to do that. But years ago, those were coupled entries, and that stopped that because there's no way a trainer wants to run 4 or 5 horses in a coupled entry, 1A, 1X, 1W, 1Y. I mean, it's just going to take, and the pools are just going to collapse. So I mean, it's going to be not enough money to pool with all those horses, but that would stop it. But I think it's an unfair advantage personally, but it's the way the game's played. But yeah, in that race, I'm just trying to be a wise guy. I'm using the 3, third race off a layoff, have the rail and adjust the game. I think I like that better.
Captain's Tail of Bird.
And here we go. We're in the gate. Good
luck, everybody.
Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off, and a stumble at the start for Escondido toward the back of the field. A beautiful beginning for Hurricane Nelson, who strides away by a couple immediately over Frostel in second. There goes Call Protection now, ranging right into that second spot, and Upstanding moves through along the inside with some sharp early foot. They're followed by Reynolds Channel. Light the Way is racing in mid-pack. He is joined on the inside by Escondido. Frostel in the purple colors is right there. Reynolds Channel having to steady just a bit there in a little bit of traffic as they run past the half-mile pole. And also in that group, a couple of lengths back, is Commuted down on the inside. Hedge the Risk is just outside of him, followed by Point Clear. Tappett's Tail of Burb is next, and the
distance is going the wrong way.
22-3 for Hurricane Nelson, who's been doing it very nicely throughout. Leads it by 2 lengths. There's clear sailing for Reynolds Channel, who's trying to make a move on the outside. And in between those two, Call Protection. They are followed by Upstanding along the rail, looking for a seam on the fence as he's coming after Hurricane Nelson with a furlong left to go. Hurricane Nelson, Upstanding trying to get out. Reynolds Channel continues to fight on.
I'll take it.
And he's right up to Hurricane Nelson. These two head in head coming to the 16th pole. Reynolds Channel wrests the lead away and pulls clear. Alvarado by 2 lengths.
I'll take 9-1 to open there.
Upstanding finish third in front of.
Good start. 9-1. Yeah.
It's like a
the
lot.
Cutback, the conditioning, I did like that in a wide open race. So it feels good to pick a 9-1 shot. So, and yeah. And the 5 got off slow and rushed up. I think if the 5 didn't get off slow, we might have had a better result there. 5.
Or maybe if the 5 didn't rush up after getting off slow too.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Oldie. Gulfstream Park, race 8, late pick 4.
All right, Gulfstream Park, race 8, late pick 4. Let's do this. Hold on.
Boom on the 4. Everybody had piece.
I'm on the wrong day. I'm like, why isn't it showing me the times? Oh, because I was looking for Chuck's horse and never went back here. Here we go. All right, so let's throw the standard $24 in there. This 3's getting him.
To wire the field. Wire.
Fire. No speed at all in this race. I don't think I'm going to look for an opinion somewhere instead of and my opinion is either going to be the 7 or the 1 here. I think. Let me just look. This next race I thought had, could collapse due to the speed here. You have a lot of pace here, and so the question is, who's going to rate? I want to look at this one again. The 72 group at 6 furlongs. Saffy horse beat a 6. So they faced each other. The 1 and the 5 faced each other last time out. 7, 4. So for me, I would go with and it's chalk, so I've got to choose one of them. I'm going to go with the 1 over the 3 here, even though the race sim likes the 3. 3 has rated before, though, and it is getting Zayas. But I'm going to single there. I'm going to respread using the ticket generator and get 3 through 6 in the last. I know Justin singled to the 4 in the turf, picked 3 in the last. Let's see, this 2 was 2 to 1 on the morning line, but the E morning line doesn't like it. But it's taking a big drop. Getting Saez, I think you got to have that horse. So that's going to be the final part of my ticket here. We'll be at about $30. 32. Any thoughts here, David? I don't know if you had a chance to look at.
Yeah, I looked at all the races. We're covering just briefly. And again, because I'm focusing more on Saratoga today and probably Monmouth. Yeah, I didn't really, to be honest with you, I didn't have an opinion on this race. How many minutes to post time?
We have 1 minute to post here.
Yeah, I'm looking at this, and when you don't have an opinion and you're juggling races, I mean, sometimes it's better to just watch and not. Yeah, I didn't really have a major opinion in this race here. I mean, there seems to be not a lot of speed, right? And you got a 6-5 favorite here. Yeah, I'll watch and take notes on this race. It was a race that I would pass.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to play a small pick 4 here. Hope that I beat the favorite in the penultimate leg, and that just doing that may help this pay. So, I honestly don't know what to make of this race.
You could make a hat. You could make a brooch.
I set you up for that one, Chris.
I know you did, and I was happy to oblige you there. Big airplane fans, the nerds as we are. All right, we're going to get out to Gulfstream here. They are getting ready to roll. There's Oldy's $32 pick 4. Tony is going to single the 5 here, and he's playing it for $1 for $30. As soon as we get done with this race, we'll bring in our friend Howard Kravitz from the HHH Racing podcast.
Excellent. All right, they should be.
I'm still looking at this 8th race on Gulfstream. See if anything clicks. So I'll let you know. If you don't hear it, if you hear crickets on my end, that means I didn't find anything that's worth playing.
I mean, there's no reason the 2 or the 8 couldn't win here either. That's the thing. I mean, any one of these horses, I think, could win.
All I have to say about this race is at least it's on the dirt.
Yes, right. Exactly. It's a race I would look at. If I'm at Gulfstream today, I'd be looking. I'm like, could be a playable race. Let me look at it. And again, it's just a matter of a lot of times I think I've mentioned this before. I have 2 forms of wagering. One, strictly entertainment play. We're saying like now, sitting around BSing about the horses, and then figuring I don't love anybody, but I'll put a small bob on this for just to have some action. And then it becomes, okay, what are the key wagering plays? So it's either entertainment or to the ROI plays, as I call it, is that, this is a race I'm going to focus on. I am going to invest more money than the entertainment plays considerably more. And so that's how I approach it. I mean, really, you got 12 races a day at Saratoga on weekends. If you play the same amount for all 12 races, you probably, again, you could always have a good day, granted, but you gotta key on your major wagers and kind of fade some of those races that are so wide open. I mean, Saratoga is such a challenging meet, and that's why I'm actually a little pickier at Saratoga, a little more selective, because I just know how difficult it is to have a profit at that meet. So I play less and play more for less races. I'll play more because, and again, I know I'm looking for value, but if I see a 3-1 or a 4-1 or a 9-2, I think it's an overlay. I'll hammer that. So it's not always looking for a 9 or 8 or 8-1 or 30-1 shots, but so.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with action bets.
Exactly.
That's for sure. I mean, you're not going to load on the 3-horse here, right? I mean, that's
no. You'll never see me do that unless I have made a large major wagers on favorites.
Sure.
And then when they lose, I'm like, what is wrong? And if sometimes your entertainment plays, you do really well on them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, wow, yeah, I'm lucky today. And then you're like, I'm keying, I'm putting a 200 win, $200 place bet on this 5-horse in the 8th race. And the horse does nothing. And you're like, at the end of the day, you're like, I should have just increased my wages on my entertainment plays. But that's horse race. Still have fun.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, getting ready to go here.
And they're off. Good start for everyone. Tappett's Direction, one of the first into stride. Moving to him is Down in the Valley, and Tillian from the top shelf. One of the favorites, Awesome Train, is toward the back of the field, and the other favorite is Last. Look at Asa as improving at the rail, Chacarero. Out of the chute onto the main track with Antillian, the long shot leader. He's 2 on top of Tappett's Direction in second. In between horses, Down in the Valley and Chacarero makes it almost 4 in line. From Awesome Train, who's allowed to settle 5th behind the early skirmish. The opening quarter was just 25-1. The early trailer is Looking Asa.
Lack of pace.
Head to the half-mile point. They're across the course here. And Tappett's Direction wasn't happy.
Tony's 5.
Take the lead now. At the inside, it's Chacarero. On the far outside, Antillian from between horses Down in the Valley. Guided to the clear is Awesome Train to launch his bid. 2.5 off the lead. A gap of 2 more to the trailer. Looking Asa as they went 48.
Wants a piece of that 5.
Around the far turn they go. So that was a big-time second quarter. That's good news for Looking Asa fans as he's now starting to hit high gear. Shown open racetrack by Edwin Gonzalez and 5.
Oh, this 3 is going to roll right by everybody.
Has the lead. Sweeping run coming. Red colors. Looking Asa's on the scene now. Back to third is Down in the Valley.
He's going to give a lot of ground with that wide move.
They're at the top of the stretch. Here's Looking Asa with a
5's got a kick.
Tappett's Direction tries to kick away. These 2 1/8 of a mile out. Tappett's Direction
looks
is
like he does.
Looking Asa's now second, but he's backs against the wall now from the outside Down in the Valley. Final 16th of a mile.
Get this 5 home for Tony.
On the outside, Looking
Get
Asa.
this 5 home for Tony.
Direction, Looking
He's
Asa.
home.
Tappett's Direction.
You're right.
There we go.
Wide trip cost that horse big time.
Yep.
Down
100%.
in the Valley is third.
100%.
In 139 flat.
All right.
Monmouth or Woodbine? What's up next? Looks like they're going in the gate, not Gase, at Monmouth.
All right, let's get out there. We'll get out there real
Hopes
quick.
and Dreams and Super
While
Freaky
we
Girl are all
do,
loaded.
I'll
Here's
bring in
Tiffany
Howard and we'll talk to him in just a
Discreet
minute.
Ops in the black.
There he
El
is.
Torino in the green jacket.
How's it going, Howard?
What's up, guys? How are we doing?
Oh, we're not running race over race like we have been the last 3 weeks, but we've got I think a minor stakes here at Monmouth.
All right. By the way, David, great to meet you. Congratulations on all your successes. I don't think we actually met in person, but
No, we haven't.
perhaps we will at the NHC next year.
Yeah, I'll make a point to chat with you. But just quickly, I'm on the 7 here, Discreet Ops.
7. Okay.
I singled the 2 in the pick 4 here.
Outside pose.
Oh.
She's the last
We've got
one
violence.
in the game.
7
We're
and
ready
a
to
2.
go. In the blue sparkler stand. And Lyra, Hopes and Dreams was off tardily, clipping heels right after the start was Discreet Ops, who drops to the back with that rival. El Torino flashing the most speed and clears off coming out of the chute. Tiger Bell on her
It may end up
right
working
now,
out.
second down on the rail, joined by Super Freaky Girl and Schwangzi clearly in the second now. Tiffany Gold, a joint third moving forward. Tiger Bell getting shuffled back to midfield, has been passed. Glorious Lady alongside of that rival. Lacania between horses, a gap of 3 to Hopes and Dreams and Discreet Ops as they round the forward turn. El Torino 3-1, paving the way, opens up 2. Schwangzi chasing in second at 5-1. Tiffany Gold into the third position. The favorite's got to get going though if she wants to catch El Torino, who hugs the rail, scampers to a 3-length cushion with a furlong to go. Schwangzi left behind in second. Tiffany Gold is third with a 16 to go. El Torino, Jairo Rendon still clear, and they are safe, and they will win the Blue Sparkler Stakes. Good battle for second. It got pretty.
Got a 3-1 here. El Torino.
Yeah, Howard is becoming a regular. We're happy to work with Howard and the rest of the HHH Racing podcast.
There you go. Nicely done, Chris. Hope you guys are having a good day, enjoying watching the broadcast. Got off to a good start at Saratoga with the pick 5. I told you, Chris, I should have come on earlier because that was the Reynolds channel is my top pick on our show Thursday night. But people were like, no, it wasn't. Go back and look. People could see. Had the exacta. But anyway, fun races coming up at Saratoga, guys. This next race is gonna be a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Oldie, we can. We still got your pick 4 or your pick 5 up there. Yeah. Started out with a decent price there, where you spread, and we got 17 minutes here, so we can talk a little bit about the 9th race at Saratoga. I will keep an eye on what's coming next. We do have Woodbine going off in a minute. I don't think we'll get out there, but we will pick things up here in just a bit. So, Howard, talk to us about race 9, Saratoga. What did you like? What did you not like?
So race 9 has one of my plays of the day on here, and it is not the favorite. I am very, very. What's up, Alpapita? What's up?
This is like the Paul Simon record. Just call him out.
All right, what's up, Al?
Call me out, right?
I am very, very, very interested in the 10 Taking Candy here. This was one of my. The fact that David is shaking his head in a positive way makes me feel much better already. I have mad love for Cherie DeVaux, first of all, and of all the horses in this race, I don't think you're going to find a horse that's more progressive or could, and I say could, take a bigger step up than this horse. I realize he's off the layoff. Look, he was only a few lengths off of Carl Spackler last year. We just saw Carl Spackler win earlier today in the Kelso. I think he'll sit a good trip. He's been working great. Lascano knows this horse. He's taking money. And I realize Irish Aces is way the horse to beat. And actually, Paul Collio, who you might know, David, who partially owns Irish Aces. Paul Collio is a very good NHC player. He has partial ownership of the 8, and I saw him at the Hawthorne Invite 2 weeks ago. Irish Aces was supposed to go to Indiana, guys, for the Indiana Derby Day. Was that last week? Yeah, last week, I believe. And he didn't get in the race. So if you look at his works, he actually doesn't have a work last week, and that's the reason why, because he was supposed to be running last week. I'm not suggesting in any way, shape, or form that Irish Ace is going to throw in a dud. He's clearly the horse to beat, but he's traveling now to Saratoga. That wasn't originally the plan, and although his numbers are clearly the best, this race today is much different than the Arlington, the last race, where he just sat a perfect trip on the outside and ran very well. Don't get me wrong. But he's going to have to run well today, and I just don't want to take a 6-5 in a pretty big field at Saratoga when I think there's other interesting horses. So I think Taking Candy is very interesting here. I'm going to go 10-8. I can't remember who I had in third, to be very honest with you. I think I had 10-8-3. The 3 will probably have the lead. But I'm going Taking Candy. It's a pretty big play for me today at Saratoga.
Okay, I'll follow that up because as soon as I heard Don't pick the 10 because that's my horse. So hopefully I don't bring you down, Howard. Yeah. No. And here's my approach in races like this. I think this is, if the 8 doesn't win or needs a race, and the 10 may need a race off the layoff, this is totally head scratcher, inscrutable race. So sometimes I'll try to be a wise guy and like, all right, a lot of people are going to spread here. I would just take the 10 and single because, I'm not going to spend time. If you don't single, you can use 4, 5, or 6 here, and that's just not my style unless I have 2 singles which I would not have today. So yeah, I try to be a wise guy. And the reason I like this horse is that this horse is won over the turf course. It's actually first and a second over this course, but you can throw out that one that he was off the board because that was the first start. So this horse was probably not primed to win that day. As a 3-year-old, I'm sorry, that was actually as a 2-year-old back then. Give the horse a race. So to me, the horse is in the money both times. It was actually, fired up here. If you look back, this horse, the 10, has won off a similar layoff. From the first race was August of 2022. Came back May 21st, 23 at almost 9-1 and won. So that shows me the history. The horse can run off the layoff. I'm a big fan of Sherry also. And I think this horse is live. So I'm just using the 10 here.
I actually have the 7 and third, guys. I know some people like the 3, and we were fortunate to have Mike Gillum on the show Thursday night, the NHC Champion this past year, who talked about the 3. The 3 was one of his horses he used actually during NHC weekend, David, when he won. I don't think this 3 is getting loose. I know people believe that, but I got to believe Georgie W with IRAD. I know he's got blinkers off, but should show some speed. What does Bring Me a Check, the 11, going to do? The 11 has to go from there. And Title Force is not slow. I just have a hard time believing the 3 is going to wire this field. Howard,
I will tell you that Chuck Brower in our chat, our group, he did tell us this morning that the owner really likes his spot there with the 3, and they are definitely sending. So can he get loose and wire them? I don't know, but you're getting a square price there at 7-1, and we do have a pace advantage there on that horse as well. But I do hear with what you're saying.
No, I mean, it's Saratoga, man. I mean, you don't think a horse can wire a field, you're crazy, especially with the turf being relatively firm. The other horse I just want to quickly mention, guys, I am full divorce papers on number 9, Buoys. I've bet this horse many, many times. This horse all he does is underachieve. He's probably going to stuff me in a locker today, David, and beat me. But this 9's always over bet and just doesn't deliver. What are the odds right now on the 9? Let's see.
10-1.
Yeah, I think that's about right. I agree with David in general. If it's not Irish Aces, it could be a lot of horses here. And I'm not that spread in my pick 5. I have 5 horses, and I play ABCs, David, the ABC ticket maker method. So I only have 2 A's, 2 B's, and 1 C. The horse, the other that I also have, we haven't talked about, is the 12, who has a brutal post, but Mendelssohn's March has been working really well. Actually, I have the workout report, guys. Give me a second here, because I know he's been working with some serious horses, if I recall. And I always think Brian Hernandez is a bit underrated, guys. So I wouldn't completely sleep on Mendelssohn's March, probably underneath. But he's a bit interesting to me as well. He's been working, guys, 2 solid B workouts. He worked with Torpedo Anna 2 back, guys. Just
any concern with the 10 post?
Just wanted to throw that out there. What's that?
Any concern with the 10 post?
Oh, major concerns. Yeah, Chris, major concerns. But, if it heats up a little bit, again, this is another progressive horse who's been off a layoff that could jump up big time. I mean, as David knows, we're playing the stock market, right, guys? We're trying to figure out who's going to take the big step forward today, not necessarily who's made big steps before today. And Mendelssohn's March is bred well. I think he'd be a great horse to use underneath, maybe, David, in like your reverse tri-key or exacta or a super kind of situation. But I do like taking Candy, guys.
Right, and I'll mention just quickly about the 12 also. I did give that horse a glance and came out of the Saranac, which was Carl Spackler and Taking Candy were in that race. And finished fourth. So first time gelding. I prefer. I don't like the layoff, but particularly McPeak horse. I would give a race or two. So I faded that horse. But the only other horse I want to mention to be a wise guy here, a Ruse at 40-1. Have to get the perfect trip, but if that horse, this is such a wide open race, the trip is going to be the difference on who finishes first, second, or third. And I think this horse has got success, 2 wins over the course and 2 back. This horse had a nice win. Granted, the field wasn't as strong, but this horse can fire at times, and tricky post, but I could see worse long shots. So I probably try to get the 2 in there somehow, second or third or fourth, somewhere like that.
So Oldy, you I know you're here. You're waiting. He's got his hand up. Oldy is 389 here in his pick 5. So
and the 10 would be the one I would add in the pick 4 here. On the subject of Mendelssohn's March, we have a McPeak contact. And this was not on the list of horses McPeak likes today.
Fair enough.
So we're with that in mind. For me, if it was on that list, I probably would use. If it's not, I wouldn't. So it's a pass for me there. I thought that you could see a pretty hot pace here with the 3. I'm not necessarily along the same lines as you guys on the 3 getting an easy lead as the chat is, let's say, or the WhatsApp chat is. But I think the 3 could win here and does get Jose Ortiz. I thought, though, if that happens, the 9 and the 8 are the ones who are going to most likely benefit from that hot pace.
Right, and I'll point out, Oldie, just quick, the 3 horse. If the 3 horse had fronts off, I would be interested. I have my answer already. So even though Toner does race with fronts quite often.
Well, and also, David, I mean, we all know that Gulfstream can be a super highway on that turf. I know you can wire fields at Saratoga, but it's very lush right now. This is not Gulfstream. He's also in for the 62.5. Now he has to be because he's past his conditions, but I personally don't like that, David. I don't know if you have an opinion in the
absolutely.
Flamers. I don't like that either.
I agree, but the thing is too, funny about Gulfstream that you mentioned, because I was down there when it was dry during February, March, and I wouldn't even call it a turf course. It's more like a dust course. It was just so fat. And again, Saratoga can become speed favoring, but usually when it's dry and hot and firm, but they had a lot of rain on Wednesday, so this is a pretty even course so far as I'm concerned. But
I have a question for all you guys, including David, of course. On our Thursday show with Mike Gillum, we talked about taking Candy in his price because he's 10-1 morning line. David, when you see a horse off a layoff or a first-time starter, especially taking money like this horse is taking, I would assume that you feel that's a good sign. And even though you're going to get less back if you bet the horse, I much prefer taking Candy to be 6-1 rather than be 12-1 in this situation, because that tells me he's more live off the layoff. Is that something you consider, whether you're playing in a contest or your day-to-day betting?
Yeah, you can go both ways with that, right? The thing is, no matter how you look at it, you're still looking for a horse to wager on that's got appropriate value. So if this horse was now at 3-1 or 7-2 or 4, and again, the odds can change, but I may fade it a little bit because, I'm looking for an advantage. It doesn't really bother me if the horse is 12-1 and goes off right now is 14 or 15-1. I'm thinking, well, everybody else is missing the boat. Sometimes you're overconfident and you're a great handicapper, blah, blah, blah. And, it's like, so it doesn't really affect me. But if a horse that I think is off a layoff like this and is too low, I'll kind of fade my pick. So my denomination of wager denomination I'll lower that and then maybe protect on the other end. But I'll take 6-1. I don't really want much less than 5 or 6-1 on this horse. And And again, but sometimes, Howard, you'll see, you bet a horse, you love a horse, you've been waiting for the horse, and the horse is like dead on the board. Morning line 5, say 3-1, and you may love a horse in a 7-horse field, and his horse is 4-1, 7-9-2, and you're like, does somebody know something? So, but you just got to stay with your pick, in my opinion, because you start overanalyzing things sometimes in races, and that, to me, that's my downfall. Or second guess yourself. So,
David, I think we have an answer for what that turf course was like at Gulfstream. Jason is calling it DURF.
DURF, right? Good one.
The DURF course.
Yeah.
In all honesty, it did hold up better than last year, though.
Yeah. Before I forget, can I just interject something here, Howard? And I got a question. I just want to let you know. Actually, the Hawthorne contest a couple of weeks ago, I watched a live feed on Sunday afternoon for like 3 hours. And I have to tell you, if I could have made it out, I would have done it. And Oldy, you were there. And the format intrigued me so much that I have to tell you, and the coverage was fantastic. You guys are great. Mike Somich was great. And I really enjoyed it, and I'm going to make every effort next year to come out there because I really think I'm really chomping at the bit at that format. So good job out there. That seems like fun. Yeah,
they do a great job, and I'm sure Oldie felt the same way I did. That was the second time I've been to that contest, but just looking around, I mean, I consider myself a decent handicapper, but I'm looking around like, what the hell am I doing here? I mean, you got Hall of Fame. I mean, I've won some, whatever. I'm not going to toot my own horn, but you got Hall of Famers. You got people qualified for 20 times the NHC. I mean, it's just, it was really a lot of fun, and Hawthorne, their hospitality is tremendous. I'll let Oldie can verify all that, but
Right. And you mentioned something really, really funny, Howard. Yeah, I have to tell you, I was on the same wavelength you were the first 2 years I qualified for the NHC. Guys I listened to on Steve Bick, guys I respect. And I'm like, this is impossible. How am I going to compete with these guys? But over the year, once I got accustomed to the format and just comfortable with the NHC itself, you get more comfortable. And I'm like, hey, listen, we've seen first-time qualifiers hit the final table all the time. So in my mind, I can't let the competition intimidate me. So now I don't, and it's like, because any first time can win it. You just got to have a lucky run too sometimes.
And David, I think we're going to get Scotty as well next year.
And Howard
for that contest.
Okay, great.
We have got to figure out a way to broadcast that because I think we can get more than 41 live views.
The Hawthorne contest?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah. Well, actually, we did broadcast it live on our podcast on our YouTube channel, but that was because Hawthorne's a sponsor of our show, David, and I do some writing for Hawthorne as well. I'm on their website and I cover their late pick fours. So I have a little connection, Chris, with Hawthorne. But we'll work that out.
No, we want to do the Invitational, the Sunday one.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. By the way, Phineas Fogg is second choice, guys. He's 5-1. I mean, I think a lot of people just think he's going to, wire the field. He might. Yeah. I'm hoping though, David, I'm assuming, I don't know if you're betting the 10 or not, but I'm really hoping that Taking Candy breaks well. I'm drawing a blank. Is it Lascano? I'm drawing a blank. Who's riding now?
Yes. Lascano.
I hope Lascano's aggressive, David. I would love to see Taking Candy sitting like 2 lengths off of Phineas Fogg, because I personally think the 10 is just a better animal. Now, if he's not ready off the layoff, okay, then he won't fire. Correct. But if the 10 is ready to go and he can somehow find a way to get a good spot earlier here, I think he's got a big shot. Irish Ace is even money, guys. He should be. I mean, if he wins, that's fine with me personally. That's fine. I got no problem with that.
Well, let me make one other point, because I really haven't had a chance to talk about Taking Candy. And the reason Taking Candy was left off my ticket was because with Shell DeVoe, what I've noticed is, and Lascano's a great turf rider, but her live horses, she typically puts Sayas up on when he's there. And the fact that he's riding the 9 for Maker instead makes me wonder whether the 10's ready to fire.
It's time. They're moving into the gate.
It's a fair point. But jockey gymnastics at Saratoga is a little bit tricky to me. But I understand. You make a good point.
When Lascano jumps, Linda doesn't have a horse in this race, but when he jumps off a Linda horse and rides another one, that usually makes me take note.
By the way, Lascano and DeVoe are 52% in the money with a $6.48 ROI in the last 5 years.
Wow.
We have them as in the last year, though, only 1 of 7 if on the win line.
Yeah.
So we used him 7 times in the last year.
And now that I say that, Taking Candy just took some money is now second choice at 5-1. No, I myself or Matt Miller did not make a big win bet on this horse. My money can't change the pool. Matt Miller,
Yeah. Matt's money may change it. Mine in this wager did not change it, and it did not change anything at all on the 2 at 47-1.
Okay. Well, get the 2 in the money, David. Just don't beat me, okay? Because that would be a problem.
All right. Good luck, everybody.
Good luck.
All right, here we go.
They're in the gate.
You guys are going to be ahead of me than the video. Oh, boy.
Space Launch Restless.
I'm going to turn your sound off, guys, so I can just watch it if you don't mind.
Okay.
They're up. Phileas Fogg is the quickest, sprinting clear in the opening strides. Bring Me a Check in the yellow colors, and in between here's Taking Candy, ensuring a nice, honest pace. Boyce is just behind this group as they move into the first turn, and Ruse hugs that rail, only 2.5 or so off the lead. Then comes Tidal Forces in the orange colors, racing 6 off the pace. 2 lengths in front of Magical Ways on the inside of Georgie W. That pair is followed at the rail by Irish Aces, who races right next to Mendelssohn's March through an opening quarter that went in 23 1/5 seconds. Then it's a gap behind that pair to the 2 trailers, Space Launch and Altazor. Phileas Fogg continues to dictate terms, leading by 1.5 lengths, tracked by Taking Candy in second, Boyce third. Bring Me a Check is in fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. Then Boyce racing on the outside of Magical Ways, who's 7 off the pace into the far turn. Tidal Forces is trying to make some headway, has 8 lengths to make up. The half went in 46 3/5 seconds.
Not too
Irish
fast.
Aces still with work to do, but traveling kindly enough. 1.5 lengths back to Georgie W. They're followed by Space Launch and Mendelssohn's March. Another 3 lengths back to Altazor. They pass the quarter pole and turn for home. Phileas Fogg is still there by 2 lengths to Taking Candy in second. In the center of the course, Boyce is starting to finish with some nice interest.
Go by this horse.
They're in the final furlong. Taking Candy is up to take a narrow lead. Leads it by 2 lengths close to home. Tidal Forces on
guys.
a late surge coming from Irish Aces, but it's too late. Taking Candy.
Boom.
All of horses. Tight
Good
photo.
call, Howard.
And Irish Aces, Georgie
Lucky to get home.
That was my
Good
pick
call,
4,
Howard.
right?
I'm watching it now, but I heard the video. That's what I'm
That's
talking about, boys.
There you go.
Oh, Tidal
Big
Forces.
second delay.
Tidal Forces get second? Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got the wrong long shot second.
That's
All
okay.
right, Howard, good pick.
Wow. I'll tell you what. That is a Oldie. You owe Jose Lascano full apology. Just kidding, Oldie. Totally kidding, Oldie. That was exactly the ride that he needed. That's reading the form, Chris and David and Oldie. That is absolutely brilliant. And Cherie, and what a great job by Cherie DeVoe. I tip my cap to the 3 who ran better than I thought he would, to be honest. But that's nice. I hope everyone out there cashed. Congratulations, David, to you. Anyone who listened to our podcasts, we talked about this horse a lot. That was my play of the day on our Power Pick tip sheet as well, Chris and Oldie. You guys know that because you get it. So I'll tell you what. I'm watching the replay mid-stretch. It took him a while to go by him.
Yeah.
But I love seeing the Barbara Leal sales, by the way, as well. That's great to see. Irish Aces, I'll have to watch the replay. I mean, he made a run, but he did save ground on the backstretch, right? He got a pretty good trip, so I don't know if he had a lot of excuses. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'll have to watch the replay.
Yeah.
Howard, when it comes to a point where a horse
all that much.
I have a major play on starts running well down the stretch, I just focus on that horse. So I did.
Guys, this live thing's killed me because you guys saw I took my headphones off and I'm watching on YouTube on the screen, and I heard you guys celebrating, but it's all good, man. I don't care if I know before or after. I'm just happy to. And that's David. That is a perfect contest horse, and you would know better than anyone, right? Like that is exactly the range that I personally look for, whether it's the NHC or BCBC live money play. That sneaky kind of 4-1 to 10-1 shot is just gold, and the place money is going to be huge. Not that it matters for our conversation today, but in a contest, that's going to be not only 12 and change or 13 and change to win. That could be 7 or 8 to place, which in an NHC situation makes a big difference, as David very well knows.
Right, and exactly, Howard. So if this was an possible optional race and wasn't mandatory, it becomes an NHC rate, an optional race for me when the 8 gets bet down to even money, right? Because then there's some other value on the board. If the 8 was 3-1, 5-2, you might not get the value. So yeah, this was an NHC, and you're definitely playing against that 8. And you're probably, again, I was hoping to get more than 5-1 because the morning line, I was chomping at the bit. And I promise I didn't listen to your podcast. I didn't try to rain on your thunder. But as soon as you mentioned a 10, I'm like, oh, yeah, he took my horse.
I'm looking at my – oh, jeez. So I played, as you guys know, Chris and Oldy especially, I like to play reverse tri-keys. David, it's one of my favorite bets. Obviously you know what that is. Yeah. I did have the 10 in first and second, guys. I did not have the 1 in second on the bet that I had the 10 in first. Well, it was only – I played a $25 and a $32 ticket. I had the 1 in third, but not the 1 in second. So look, but this was an impossible race underneath. You would have had to hit practically all buttons, right? So, but I had a win bet though, so I had a little win bet. I'll take that. Just
Al got the try there, Howard.
I'm sorry.
Al got the try there. He's pretty happy about that.
Al got the try.
What he said.
Al, why are you boxing? We had this discussion Thursday. Don't stop boxing horses, Al. But Al, that is a huge try. Congratulations, Al.
That deserves more than boom. It deserves a hey-o.
This is a big try. The 8 got third though, right?
Just bear with me a second. I hear my dog barking. There might be maybe somebody's delivering me a package that's ticking or something. Hold on a second.
David's excited about taking candy. We all know why. The 50 cent try was $4.12. $4.12 for 50 cents. All right, Gulfstream.
$3 box gets you $4.12.
Wow. I'm not good enough handicapper to have that try.
Inside, Typee, one of the first into stride. Outside, Big Band Luzian is on the go. So the inside and outside horses are quicker, and Big Band Luzian proves the superior speed. Typee's rein back.
There definitely are some turf divots in that turf course.
Looking for some place to race. Holding down the rail is Bella also.
Looks like somebody had been playing some irons there.
Back to Sweet Sweet Fantasy.
Only after this Gulfstream race, we'll get out to Woodbine. We got stakes coming up.
And Luzian, she's a length and a half in front. After rail, Bel Rosso is now second. Pure Magic Girl is third. 3 wide, Olympic Prank is fourth. Out there, fifth, Fancy Martini. Very wide on that turn is on the Nile. Spun out in the 5 or 6 path there. Back from the inside, it's Typee together with Sweet Sweet Fantasy. And still unhurried at the back is Violet Gibson. She spots the leader about 8 lengths to a half mile and a quick 46 and 2. Pace is honest as they head to the half-mile point, and Big Band Luzian is now a 5-length leader. From between horses, Pure Magic Girl, Bel Rosso's at the rail, Fancy Martini is 3 wide. Typee warms to the task for Sunny Leone, but now she needs some place to go. Sweet Sweet Fantasy got started ahead of her, and now into the clear comes Violet Gibson. She has clear racetrack from there. That's all for Olympic Prank, and at the back now is on the Nile.
Up front, Big Band Luzian,
quarters, 109 and 4. Big Band Luzian wheels for home on top by 6.
They're not going to catch Big Band Luzian.
To finish up. There's an 1/8 of a mile to go. Big Band Luzian, her strides are shortening. Meanwhile, Violet Gibson is moving home down the center.
Oh boy!
Here comes Violet Gibson.
Oh, these are
close. Where's that wire?
Violet Gibson.
Where's that wire?
Wow!
Nails Big Band Luzian. Uses a heartbreaker while second. Fancy Martini is third. Sweet Sweet Fantasy and Typee.
See, you jinxed it because you said that they're not going to catch that 9 horse.
Yeah, that's the same thing that happened to me last night when I had Jack 10 suited on a jack high flop, and the tens called me with the. I went all in. The tens called, and he found the last 10 on the river.
Yeah, that means absolutely nothing to me.
Yeah.
Hey, Oldie, let me break it down for you. Chris lost.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, that part I can get. It was it did not end well. I got that part.
Hey, I have a question for David. What do you do with taking candy? Do you keep this horse and you go N2X now, or you get a little spicy and go for a minor stake? What would you do with this horse?
Yeah, I'd go to the next condition, Howard, personally. Yeah. And again, I'm not a trainer, but off the layoff, I'd give this horse another race at the company where it's a good fit, and then probably see how the horse does then, and then look for other options. But because usually the way I find, and every horse is different, but when you have a horse off a long layoff, runs a good race, a winning race, usually they don't come. Again, you need to give them a little rest. Every horse is different, but I'd like to see another race and then progress up into possible stakes or what have you. But yeah.
You want to talk
about?
So
there was a three-way shake for that 3-horse at Saratoga, and Gustavo Rodriguez won the shake. So the horse definitely was claimed. All right, Oldie, let's get out to Woodbine here. We got 5 minutes for their stakes race here, and let's see if we can figure out a late double.
I mean, the 2 looks like a solid favorite here.
Okay.
It's just a question of, is there enough pace here? 2's got to win over 66s. I think the second best horse in the race is the 4. And then you're if either the 3 or the 6 doesn't break well, the other one could get away. That's kind of how I see this race. Is if they both go, then it'll set up for the 2 and the 4. If they don't both go, then one of them could end up going gate to wire. You see that not the 3, even though it's the top pace number, isn't the quickest breaker in the world, and is broken slowly a bunch of times, where the 6, the long shot, actually is a pretty good breaker. So, if you're looking for a double here, I'd play like the 6. I play 6-2-4, and then in the last, probably to the. So this is off the turf. I probably play it to the 2, but I'm looking and seeing, and I've not looked at the probables yet. Thought the 7 was cheap. This 8 is cheap.
The interesting thing about the last Oldie is the 1 horse had 15-1 morning line. The EE morning line has it at, this is race 9, sorry. The EE morning line also has that horse at 7-2.
Yes, I did notice that. The horse does have 1 win at the distance. I think that this horse, I don't like this horse's effort since coming back off the break. But, the system does. I probably should not be stubborn. I probably should add that to anything I'm doing here. So let's do a $4 double. And hold on. I guess I used the 3 and not the 4. In the
any concerns with the distance with the 2, Oldie? Do you think? I mean, she's been really good last 2 going 5. I mean, she's gone 6 before. Maybe she's just a better horse now. I don't know. I might be nitpicking.
Well, I don't like the 4-5 price, but I just don't like a lot of these horses. I mean,
I agree.
Did win at 6 furlongs here against similar. This last race. Anybody have a strong opinion on this last race?
I didn't look at it, but I like the 4 a little bit here in this race, just a little bit. I had trouble last time. I like Ramon Hernandez. She's honest. To me, the 4 would be the upsetter. Now actually just tick down to 5-1. It looks like to me, but
Well,
again, not my money. But anyway,
Howard, you're raining on my parade today, my friend.
Oh,
That's
David, I got your notes. I got a hidden camera. You don't know in your room there.
Thanks so much for coming on.
Sorry, man.
But
hey, Noah Meyer, take it easy in the chat. Noah Meyer, take it easy, man.
Yeah, who is this Howard guy already? All laughing aside, third race off a layoff, hop start at the last, 5-1. If I'm rolling around at the NHC ballroom and I look up, I'm like, okay, I got a trouble line there. And this horse on his best day, 5-1's good. Let's go for it. So yeah, I'd be on the 4 also.
I'm rolling with a 2-2 double, and I'm going to Dutch that with a 1-2 double. I'm just going to single in the last race there. I'll live and die with that 2.
The last race is we're on live YouTube. Icky, I don't know. It's it's a good betting race. It's one of these clusters that's just hard to read, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I agree. I
don't have a strong opinion, Oldie. I'm just looking it over right now for the first time, to be very honest, everyone.
I'm just not sure. The 9's last race on turf, if he runs that race, I think he has a good shot in the last. But, maybe this is the kind of race where the very low GSR on the 8 doesn't matter as a long shot.
Okay, I just found my horse. This is speed handicapping, David. Okay. I think number 1, Empire's Treat, who's 8-1 morning line in the last race, is a huge jockey switch from Apprentice to Emma Jane, who just became the all-time leading female rider earnings-wise. And this horse was in the maiden optional first time, went up to maiden special weight, maybe can save ground and do something with the big jockey change. I'm just throwing it out there. Who knows? What do I know?
And it's a big maiden optional. It's not going to maiden 40. Is going to maiden 25, which
no doubt
is 2 levels.
Hey, Howard, the horse hasn't run 12 times and not one. So, lightly raced, you never know what can happen with these maidens with that. But
I agree.
When they're 0 for 14 and they're the first or second choice, that's a pass for me.
And Howard, I'm sorry, Howard, what horse was that in the 10th?
The last race, the 1, I'm a little bit, again, I'm speed handicapping, guys, but the 1.
Hey, as long as you're not handicapping on speed, that's okay.
Well, yeah. Haven't tried that and don't plan on it.
Yeah.
By the way, it's 20 minutes to the Diana. I'm very excited to see what happens at Woodbine, but
Sacred Dancer making good ground. Lantana Lady's not too far behind them early now, and behind them, Pleasure's Gold is over on the inside. And as they settle into stride, Talk to You Later, Very Gizmo, parked right behind Tequania. They've torn away the top 2. It's India Music and Foolish Games in a torrid battle for this ascendancy. They're 7 or 8 lengths clear of Lantana Lady. A length and a half, Sacred Dancer. Very Gizmo, Pleasure's Gold is next. And back second last, Tequania. And on the inside, Talk to You Later, and going to the front, Foolish Games, about a neck to India Music and 4 to Lantana Lady. And she's trying to pick them up now, and Pleasure's Gold heads the rest as they turn. And as they corner, Foolish Games in front. Gets away by 2. Lantana Lady trying to motor home with Pleasure's Gold and Talk to You Later. In the lead, though, Foolish Games. Lantana Lady ranges on.
Come on
the outside, Pleasure's Gold is finishing really well. And Pleasure's Gold has run to the front with on the outside. Talk to You Later.
Yeah, you got it.
Pleasure's Gold
well done, Howard.
Howard.
Talk to You Later, Lantana Lady.
Maybe we should team up our own show. What do you think?
I have no idea what's going on, guys. But
hey, listen.
It's just you know what this shows you, David, and you guys know this better than anyone because we've all been doing this a long time. Sometimes you're just better off looking at a damn race for 3 minutes rather than spend an entire 4 hours going over a card. Because you know what, it's freaking horse racing and it's really tough. Thanks, Larry. Guys, I'm just getting lucky. Look, I'm no sooth or anything. It's just I'm just getting lucky. But I hope people importantly, I hope people are cashing. That's why I'm on the show. I want to help people out there.
I like to see that's why you tune in. You want to get some winners. And it's funny, talk about, sometimes you get lucky. At the 2022 NHC, I listen to music in the, ease my stress. So I always work out in the morning, listen to my tunes. I'm a big Tom Petty fan. And on Sunday morning, when I think I was in 12th and getting all jacked up and trying to calm down, I was running on this strip, and a song came on to Tom Petty. And even the losers get lucky sometime. And I'm like, that's my theme song this weekend. So I had a so.
David,
I guess, hey, Chris, would now be a good time to tout my podcast and Power Picks? Because I'm gonna be wrong on the next 25 races now. So
yeah, exactly. David, I went to the last 3 Tom Petty concerts ever at the Hollywood Bowl. He played 3 shows, 3 straight nights. Stevie Nicks was there, sang a couple with him, and then he died 2 days later.
Oh. Wow. So see, he was on my bucket list for the second time, but he had kicked the bucket before I did. So unfortunately, it was so sad. But yeah, I saw him at SPAC in Saratoga, probably 12, 15 years ago. Such a great show, an outdoor venue, a beautiful night. Yeah. He's really good live.
Yes, that was good tag team tournament play there, Dave, for sure. Howard, HHH Racing Podcast. You can find him on YouTube. Howard, give all your info out. He's got a Power Pick subscription. It's super cheap. He's got probably the best ROI of anybody else out there that does that. And they do track it. It's been a couple years. So
we do.
Take it away,
Thanks,
Howard.
Chris. I was partially kidding. I'm not. This is not the Howard Kravitz promotional tour, but I do appreciate you giving me a second for that. For people that do not know, go to YouTube, HHH Racing Podcast in the search bar. We also have a great website, hhhracingpodcast.com. We're like 50 people short of 4,000 subscribers, so we'd love to get. I know you guys are like almost at 5,000, so congratulations.
Yeah, and we need the subscribers and the like button here too as well. So hit it.
We have
Since you gave me 2 winners.
we have 3 different Power Picks. Just very quickly, we have Saturday only Power Picks, which we feature 2 different tracks, and it's only $16 a month, and you get that every Saturday. You have to go to Patreon for that, patreon.com/HHH Racing Podcast. Just go to our website and click on Power Picks. You can find out about everything. Then we have Saratoga only and Del Mar only Power Picks on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. We sell those separately, guys. So anyway, look into it. I can't guarantee we're going to keep finding you 5-1 and 10-1 and 4-1 winners, but we've been successful for the last 3.5 years, and I'd rather just let the tip sheet speak for itself. And look, we have plenty of bad days too, especially at Saratoga. I mean, Saratoga is really hard. We got lucky in the last race, and I'm happy to take it. I'm not going to sit here and suggest that this is some kind of easy game or this happens every day. That would be way too arrogant and flat out lying and stupid to even say that. So I'm just happy to take any wins. But our Power Picks tip sheet is very inexpensive. Go to our website, hhhracingpodcast.com. Click on the Power Picks Power Picks tab, and just supplement that with a subscription to the EquinEdge stuff, and you're all good. You'll be a millionaire. Easy.
Right. And Howard, if you can do me a favor next time you come on, if we're on together, can you let me go first and pick my horse?
Hey, David, I'll tell you what. I'm not just doing this because you're on air. David, email me, and we can. Chris has my email. Email me, and if you like, no problem. If you want, I'll give you a free subscription to our Power Pick tip sheet if you'd like.
Oh, great. So thank you.
Talk to Chris and Oldie. They've got my email. We'll hook you up, David.
Yeah, we'll hook you up. Oldie, looks like Oldie's got something cooking at Horseshoe, Indiana. We're going to get out there.
We want to support Horseshoe.
Couple minutes to post. Oldie, run through this. They're on the dirt track right now, heading towards the gate.
Yeah, I'm probably going to go a little narrower here than the system is directing me to. Let's see, not much narrower, but this first race looks pretty wide open except for the Lone Pace, who's the favorite. Could win here, might be a single. So there's 2 ways to play this. Do you play the Lone Pace as the Lone Pace, or do you think this is going to stop? the 4 has a little bit of speed as well, so maybe not lone pace. And then you have the 6 horse who has the big GSR jump, and the 3 major wager, who maybe I just wanted to say major wager, who knows, but in a turf sprint, it's tough to pick up the pieces, but maybe here to pick up the pieces if they go too fast as well. I did not think these were the deepest races, and I did not have a strong opinion, but I'm going to go with the system single of the 6 in race 3. And then I thought race 4, I did not like the top pick, the 8 Kodiak Wintergreen there, even though it is 12-1, famous last words. I did consider, you don't get 20-1 on a Brad Cox horse very often. I don't know if you'll get 20-1 here either, but I think you got to use this horse here. I think it may be good enough. You have this 10 horse who could get away for Joe and is sharp. The 2 horse for Thomas, who's undefeated and has a win over the turf already at Delaware and is working very strongly. So, and then I added the 5 for Mike and his maker as well.
Mike and his maker.
Yes. Mike and his maker.
John, I don't believe there is a Mrs. Kravitz.
No, I have no relation to Bewitched. And someone asked me from Harold, what's up, Harold? Harold asked me, am I related to Bruce Kravitz from Pennsylvania? No. The spelling is the same, which is unusual because ETS is not the most common last name spelling. But no, Bruce Kravitz and I are not related.
And you're
or Lenny Kravitz.
I was just going to say, you stole my thunder again. I was just going to say, Bing, I have a good one. Lenny Kravitz, possibly, obviously not.
That was in the chat also, David.
But I'm sure you can sing as well as Lenny. I'll play guitar.
No, I did sing on the show Thursday though, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but
you want to know why, right?
I'm sure you also dated Lisa Bonet from the
No.
Cosby Show too.
David, I did a parody. There was a horse on Thursday at Saratoga who ran race 3 called Nay Jude, and I did a little who I did not like, and I did a little 15-second parody of Hey Jude on my show Thursday just to have fun. But anyway,
starting gate.
Yeah, we don't allow any singing here on the.
No. I won't.
Actually, I'm just the one banned from singing on here.
All jokes aside,
who do we need, Oldie? Who do we need here, Oldie?
For the opening double.
1, 3, 4, 6, 10. So let's beat the 1.
On the turf mile to
all right, let's beat the 1. Good luck.
All jokes aside.
So Howard, if a horse's odds are displayed on the screen as 1-1, do you say that is 1-1 or even money?
I don't think I've said 1-1 in 35 years. Even
so it's funny you say that because Mike, when he was on your show and I took notes,
ready to roll.
He says 1-1, and I have exact times for Chris, so he can go back and watch.
Horse good. One more Johnny Unleashed.
There's
while we're going there, I don't like the expression Saratoga graveyard of champion.
Yeah, you got mad at me when I used that earlier.
100%, David. 100%.
They're off. Racing 5 furlongs. The Grand Hideaway broke sharp. Dragon Drew is right there. Indigo Ridge.
Here it almost looks like Arlington.
All jokes aside, making a dash for it now. It's Dragon Drew. With Orlando Behemoth, Dragon Drew, just leans all
sounds like
this is not an easy spot for this one, guys.
No.
He's not really asking, but he's not really sending. This is going to be interesting.
Grand Hideaway 5th, Major Wager 6 with a black cap, and then Ready to Roll and Roboman. They roll to 3 furlongs from home. All jokes aside, moving through.
I'm going to make you pick a winner at Rio Doso down.
All jokes aside, and Dragon Drew, they're head-to-head past the quarter pole. 4 clear from Indigo Rich, Grand Hideaway, Johnny Unleashed in 5th as they turn for home. Dragon Drew, all jokes aside, with the rail, has the advantage coming down toward the final furlong. Dragon Drew trying to respond, but all jokes aside is kicked away by 2.
We need a man.
Can the 3 get there? No.
Close to home. It's all jokes aside. Dragon Drew, all jokes aside. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with 10 more points for Panama. All jokes aside, 1 by 2. Major wager gained second from Dragon Drew.
Are they having like a nations competition?
What?
Getting points. He said 10 more points for Panama.
I just saw something great at Saratoga, guys. Chad Brown had all 5 of his jockeys. He's got 5 horses in the Diana. All 5 of them were around him, and it was like Red Auerbach or Phil Jackson in a timeout, deciding, okay, you're going to go to the lead, you're going to do this. Like, I don't know what he was saying, obviously, but I mean, how crazy, David? You got half the field in a Grade 1, and it's not a 3-horse field, a 4-horse field.
They asked me a question about that before, and I said I'm not a big fan of a trainer allowing, the track's allowing 5 horses for 1 trainer. It's a bad trend. I don't want to get into the specifics and my total, because I can go on for weeks on this, but yeah, it's not really great for the game to have a dominant trainer with 5 horses in a stakes race. Let's be honest. And just for again, when I saw this race drawn on the overnights, I'm like, Diana, Chad's got 5 now. I mean, what would prevent them from having a full field of 7, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah,
it was a small field. So just on spite, I do bet Chad when I get value, but to be an outsider, I'm using 2 horses that I'm trained by Chad and hoping some long shot beats him. So that's why I'll just mention now I'm on a 3 and the 8. I just trying to beat Chad. So, and it's not a major wager for me; it's an entertainment wager. So it's a race that I'll sit down there and throw a few bucks and have a beer if I was at the track.
David, you don't want to know my top picks of this race, do
you? Yeah, go ahead, Howard.
Right.
Before we get to Diana, let's get out to Gulfstream because we do have a stakes race there that we can show.
Sure.
2 minutes, and then Oldie will get into the Diana right after that. So
you saw my strategy there, right, Howard? I got those 2 horses in before you had a chance.
All right, Oldie, what do you got here at Gulfstream, race 9?
Well, remember I played a little $24 pick 4 here. That's alive, and
you're showing Saratoga.
All right, hold on. So we are single to the 1 in the pick 4 here. Come on, anytime. There we go. Oh, that's
okay, Oldie. I've got it up for you.
Well, I'm still trying to.
I'm gonna go start the generator. It's starting to pour.
She's starting to shimmy.
She's starting to shake.
Well played, Howard. Well played.
The white zone is for loading. Sorry. Great movie.
And just a quick note there. The voices they used for that were the husband and wife duo that actually were the ones that called that at LAX.
Really?
Yeah.
Fat. You know what? I don't need it. I don't need any winners, Chris. That just made my day. That's really cool.
They actually had to change the MPAA rules or the Directors Guild rules because you were not allowed to have multiple directors named on a film until they did it.
Oldie, the one is like, can anyone pass a horse in this race at Gulfstream? I mean,
I think the 1 can. The 1 has. The 3 actually has passed 1 horse, maybe 2. But they're all similarly paced. So I took the one that's done it before. I think that this is going to go pretty fast.
Yeah.
Oldie, you can add it to the screen when they get close.
All right, I have one eye on that screen then. The race sim loves the 3. The 5 Holly Nice has passed a couple of horses as well. But this is like a race where you have 3 Ravellis running.
Yeah. In honor of Candy horses, I like Candy Gray a little bit underneath too. This is a weird. She's got weird running lines, and it's Safi at a price. If the 2 wins, I might just leave the show and just never bet again.
That's when you George Costanza it. You put your arms in the air and you're like, "That's it, I'm out of here." But for me, you're getting an overlay on the 1 at 7-2. The 4-5 on the 3, no thank you. Is a grade 3 winner, but this horse also has been caught a bunch of times, so it either wins or either way. I think the 3 will be on the lead I think it'll be the 3, 4, 5, and 6 that all go. I think the 7 might be a little cheap and tends to break slow, so I think the 7's going to get left behind there.
Okay, we'll see. I'm not on Howard's bandwagon here. I just did a quick speed handicapping thing here. I'm going to try the 5 horse, Hauling Ice, to reverse the loss, reverse the results of the last race when the horse lost to the 1 horse. Is it Mayuchia? So it's the 5 for me, Hauling Ice. So we're on different horses here, Howard.
Yeah, I like the 1 and the 5 are the logical ones. I wouldn't put a win bet on the 3 with your money, Oldie, here. I mean, she used to be really good. I don't know what's happened to her, and she's 4-5. That being said, she could win by 5 here. I don't trust this horse at all, not even a little bit. I like your number 1 here, Oldie. I think the 1's probably the most likely winner if I had to define that here.
Let's see if you can keep your streak going here.
Well, I hope not for your sake. I want you to win, Oldie.
Who are you live with, Oldie?
The 1.
The 1. Okay, let's go 1 because I didn't place a wager on the 5, so I'm all on.
Yeah.
And most places you don't want the rail post, but at Gulfstream, the rail post going 1 turn is a big advantage too.
On the 3rd, yeah.
Yes,
I have no money on the 2, just for the record, and I have no money on the 4 Woodbine either in the last race.
Not an especially good start for Marshmallow Queen. A smooth beginning for race favorite R. Harper Rose, and she's headed off for the advantage. Taking on early is Stiletto Heels, and away in 3rd is Fields of Green. Musia, a bit flat-footed at the start herself. She's now racing in 4th in front of Hall and Ice, and the Green Cap, she's now 5th. At the inside, it's Marshmallow Queen, and the early trailer is Candy Gray. The early leader is R. Harper Rose. To the opening quarter with R. Harper Rose, and Edgar Zayas there in 22-1. Stiletto Heels keeps her honest while 2nd. Musia at the rail is now 3rd. Fields of Green is there 4th. 2 back to Hall and Ice. She's now 5th, about 5 lengths off the
5's got a great trip here, David.
With the back there are Marshmallow Queen and Candy Gray. They round the far turn, 5/16 from home. R. Harper
1's got nowhere to go.
Here's the barn buddy. Hall and Ice, sharp move on the outside and up to challenge for the lead. In between horses, Stiletto Heels. Underway from the back is Candy Gray.
I think it might be 5-2, David, if I had to guess right now.
Okay.
Place to go. R. Harper Rose trying to get out. Now Hall and Ice has taken a clear lead. R. Harper Rose throws up the white flag, and Hall and Ice set sail for the money, 4 lengths to the good. Musia is now 2nd. Candy Gray down the center.
How long before Pete Aiello is calling?
How about that?
Nice shot, David.
Well, I have to tell you, this is just so people want to know how the NHC weekend felt to me. This is like a strange replay because that's how it started going for me. And then when you get it going like this, your confidence just seems to elevate where you're like, all right, let's keep it going. Handicap quick. Let's just get it going. And, it's uncanny how hot and cold you get in this, in the game of horse playing, right?
That is, I mean, I wish I bet the race because the 3 was the most ridiculous price it's just, it's all reputation that Diana is about to get in the gate here, guys. But nice call, guys. I might take off my headphones and not be live for 2 minutes. Well, I'm alive to I mean, there's a long way to go here, but those are the 2 best results for me in the first 2 legs, and anyway, I didn't answer the question, David. I've got the 3 Missions Joy as a B. I think the 3 is not impossible. I got the 8 as a C. Anyway,
Chili
I have the 3 and the 8. So I have to tell you, if the 3 or 8 win this race and beat Chad Brown, I think I'm leaving the set. I'm going to the casino.
All right. So, good luck, guys. I'm going to take my headphones off and try to watch it.
And they're off. Gina Romantica was away well. Didia has sharp early speed.
Nobody wants this lead.
White Beam just cruises to the front. They don't appear.
I told you White Beam was going to the lead.
Opening furlong, so it is White Beam in front.
I told you.
Didia second, and Heavy Jets will be in third through the opening furlong.
Didia somehow managed to find a spot that doesn't have a Chad Brown blocking her in.
Is racing on the outside of Mission of Joy. Coppice is inside of that pair. Then Fluffy Socks, and at the back of the field, it is Chili Flag. They're covered by 10 lengths around the first turn, and it's White Beam cruising along, 24-1 for the opening quarter mile. Heavy Jets moves up to take second. Didia gets a nice trip, coasting along in third. Then it's Gina Romantica, fourth and 4 lengths off the lead, followed by Moira, Nisi Marie in the black silks on the outside, and Mission of Joy is in between those two. Frankie Dettori has a strong hold of Coppice, who's 8 lengths off. The same can be said for Arad Ortiz and Chili Flag, and Fluffy Socks is behind that pair. 49-2. White Beam gets it all her own way. Into the far turn, 1.5 lengths in front. Heavy Jets in second. Didi on the inside, still third. Gina Romantica is fourth. Nisi Marie has 5 lengths to make up. Moira gets a nudge and moves by her. She's angling to the outside. Coppice is 7 off the pace. Chili Flag in the yellow will come widest of all.
Come on, Jose.
White Beam digging in. Gina Romantica, Heavy Jets, Didi along the inside. They're in the final furlong, and White Beam keeps on going. Gina Romantica, Didi inside of her, and Moira. It is Flavian Pratt and White Beam looking for a repeat. White Beam all the way in the Diana. Tight photo for second between Gina Romantica and Moira. Didi finished fourth.
Well, at least Chad didn't hit the triple. So, but I think Howard, I think that meeting with Chad with the jocks said, hey, no one getting anywhere near the pace. We got one horse is going to the lead, and everybody hold back. And I'm surprised EV Jets didn't go a little press.
Yeah, like honestly, that result's okay for me. It was a B, as in it's not my best result. It's not a bad result. I mean, Didio, by the way, was very low in the pick 3. Like Didio was like 7-5 in the pick 3. Who was riding Heavy Jets? Or I mean,
hold on.
Like, I don't want to be disrespectful, guys, but like, what's the plan? Like the only chance
I didn't get it either.
The only chance she broke fine, by the way. The only chance she has is to wire the field. Like that is
Dylan Davis.
And I love Dylan, by the way. I think Dylan's awesome. I just don't understand the plan. Congratulations to Chad and White Beam. That was I think it's gonna look better on paper, and that was pretty slow pace, right? I didn't see fractions.
Yeah, that's ridiculously slow, and you're right. In my opinion, the only chance that Heavy Jets had was if you're not going to get the lead, then you got to really stalk and press that 6 horse and try to take over by the top of the stretch, or else you got no chance.
I'm actually very upset at myself because Didia was an A, and I could not decide between Chili Flag and White Beam as my other A.
Yeah.
And I just thought there'd be some pace in the race, and I got sucked into Chili Flag, who I didn't like the last 2 times, and now I liked her, and she doesn't win anyway. But boy, that looked a lot easier. Didia had room, right? She just didn't really kick on.
Well, and she had the lead. She broke to the lead too, and let White Beam get the lead from there. So, that was a little maddening too. It was a great break on Jose's part.
9-2 is a steal if you like White Beam, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Because they don't know where to go with 5 Chads besides spreading the money all over. So
how about Gina Romantica woke up finally? She's been in a slumber this year, but that was I'll have to watch the replay there. That is not a filly and mare Breeders' Cup turf horse, though. I'm sorry.
No.
White Beam. I'm talking about.
All right, we're gonna hang out until the 11th race at Saratoga, so about a half an hour. Oldy, let's go all the way to the West Coast, and we'll give our friends at Emerald Downs some love here. They have a The fourth race is coming up in 1 minute, a field of 7. And we'll just see if we'll put Howard on the spot here and say, Howard, handicap an Emerald Downs race, huh? When was the last time you did that?
It's been a while, but I'll tell you what, back in my real DGen days, and I'm still DGen, but in the real DGen days, I liked those like Friday night watching, the TVG or at the OTB betting Hollywood on a Friday night and then Emerald Downs as well. So Emerald used to, it's not great now, but it used to be better than it is now. I don't have the PPs, guys. I don't want to. Is Rocco Bowen riding there?
No, he's not.
Probably. But Howard, while you were betting Hollywood Park on those Friday nights, I was there on those Friday nights. So
that's awesome.
We can always find, there would always be a concert after the races, good times. They built a football stadium there.
Pretty damn good one, though, by the way. But
well, the funny thing is, back in the day, Al Davis wanted to build the football stadium there, and they wouldn't let him because it was going to be too close to the racetrack, because they were afraid of people betting horses, and now they have sponsorships for betting on their own games.
Wow.
Yeah, and they have all kinds of problems with players and referees betting on games too.
Of course. All right, we had somebody in the chat there with a pick 3 winner for $18, 600 plus. Very nice.
Nice, very nice.
Very nice.
I would agree with David Duncan, by the way, in that last comment. The 9 not going just didn't give anyone with closers a chance. Chad in the DRF, if you go back and I don't know if you guys are DRF, read DRF at all. I know you guys have great metrics here at Equine, but on the DRF website, Chad was quoted as saying there needs to be some pace in the race for my closers. So it felt like White Beam was going for sure. I just thought Evie Jets was going too. I don't know what the plan was. Anyway.
All right, Oldie, what do you got here?
So the 5 is the trainer's 40% with first-time starters. So, I hate to just play chalk there, but I'm going to play a 5, 4. I'm trying to remember who the other horse was. I'm going to play a 5, 4, 3 or 2. 5, 4, 1.
5 over the 4 over the 1. All right.
And it's just, on this case, there's not much. We don't have any Bruno ratings for the first-time starters. So this is just a shot in the dark because we're showing it.
Oldie, you're saying you don't have a lot of confidence in maiden special weight 2-year-old race at Emerald Downs? I'm shocked. Come on.
Just call me Mr. Emerald. But, for me, those were the 0% trainers for first-time starters. So I'm throwing the 7 out and hoping to beat it. It's interesting, though, that the 6, even though Bullock's over 9, which is not a very big sample size, is the E first choice.
The funny thing is, if I was at the NHC and this is Emerald Downs, I'd do a hunch play here. So don't count this in my ROI. I went to high school with a guy named Billy Porter. So, that's like the universe telling you something, right? It's like, you got to play this. Billy Porter was a friend of mine in high school. So I just noticed. So I'm going to take a shot with a William Porter.
He did.
They are 36% as a pair there.
I got my Monopoly money out and I put it down on the table. So I got a $2 win bet on William Porter. Hypothetical bet.
Chris, I spent $12. I'm not concerned about it.
Entertainment play.
It's an entertainment exacta.
All right.
We're filling some time, Chris. We got 25 minutes or so to Saratoga, so we just kind of deal with what we have here. We like to give a little bit to the tracks.
Listen, if this was a Monday, I'd be a finger legs expert. Okay, so it's my home. It turned into my home track now since I moved out of Saratoga Springs. So I'm near Rochester, so it's like a 35-minute drive. I'm going to be there Monday. We got the New York Derby and the Philly race too. So I am going to be there. There's a handicapping contest too.
All right. After this, Oldy, we'll cruise out to the last at Woodbine.
Cruise on out.
And I think we got, 22 minutes to Saratoga. And that will be the end for us today.
Runners away. Good start for See That Tiger from the outside. West Coast Bull is right there quickly into stride. Candy Caballo back third. Princess of the Roses racing next. Along the inside, then Midnight Approval one off the rail. Tis Grazing aside of that. William Porter follows next. They take it around the far turn. And out front, See That Tiger's cruising along now and leads it by 3. West Coast Bull is tracking second. Then a ways back to Candy Caballo. Tis Grazing called on, circles to the outside, and they round the turn and run for home. See That Tiger points them for home now, leads it by 2. West Coast Bull is chasing second, back to Candy Caballo and Tis Grazing, but See That Tiger's opening up nicely. See That Tiger by a half dozen or so.
Wow.
West Coast Bull is second. The race for third goes
Well,
to
I have one comment.
Caballo,
So evidently the horse William Porter is just as slow as my high school friend Billy Porter, because we played softball. He was really slow. Not good running around the bases in our baseball.
Was that a smiling tiger breeding? I'm assuming.
Mardine.
The one that won.
See That Tiger? Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
This one is taking money that I liked a little bit. I would never bet this horse at 5-2. I can tell you that.
Yeah, no.
Smiling Tiger EQ'd in the Breeders' Cup.
This runner, the last along will be.
Yes.
Guess who had the winner?
To gate 3.
Remember that horse's name?
Restless.
Do not.
Love them. A little unsettled in the gate.
Ria Antonio.
Going in is Indiana Road.
Yeah. Okay. Winner, exacta, try, onside.
Shots rider getting back.
Good stuff.
Personally,
everybody around me was pissed off.
Wild Queenie has gate 3.
Because I let them know who had the winner.
Now, was Bruno's
Brought to the
Saudi
line,
Arabian
horse 3,
prince
again,
upset
horse
about that?
4, the rider getting.
No, he wasn't, because that was Bruno's top pick.
In the saddle.
That horse was like, I don't know, 30-1.
Now, while Queenie completes the lineup, they're set to run, all in and locked up.
All right, the last at Woodbine.
Off their race and tossing the head slightly. Mardine best into stride. Frackamore shooting with the lead. Black Diamond Dinny on the inside's gone clear. Handy as Empire's Treat on the rail. And just behind them is Mrs. Hotshot. And over on the inside goes Wild Queenie as they take the turn out the stretch. Indiana Road has got in behind a number of them. Penny Jet is going through in the center. So
that was your top
Indiana
choice,
Road,
right, Oldie?
as they settle into stride.
Yeah, but I didn't think the two would be on
shows
the
the way
lead.
by 2.5 lengths to Frackamore. On the
That's the way
inside,
it goes
Empire's
sometimes.
Treat. A length and a half away goes Penny Jet around the outside of Mrs. Hotshot. Wild Queenie on the rail. And at the back of affairs early on, second last on the inside now, Indiana Road with outwider Mardine, but this leader remains 2.5 clear. Black Diamond Dinny and has been able to take a relaxed stride up the back stretch. Empire's Treat joins Frackamore, and they're 3.5 clear. Penny Jet, Wild Queenie, and splitting the Mrs. Hotshot and X. Mardine at the back with Indiana Road. All alone, Black Diamond Dinny.
They look like they're going a lot faster than they are.
Over on the inside, Empire's Treat. On the outer, still handy is Frackamore. Mardine takes off from the back, coming around the outside of Wild Queenie. And then Mrs. Hotshot, Penny Jet, and last is Indiana Road. The leader, Black Diamond Dinny, for Rafael Hernandez, has been untroubled so far. Leads by 3 to Empire's Treat, pushed along. Frackamore the outside, 4 lengths away. Wild Queenie from Indiana Road. And turning, targeting the wire now. Black Diamond Dinny shoots 4 or 5 lengths in front. In second placing, Empire's Treat. And then came Frackamore and Rafael Hernandez and
nice
Black
job,
Diamond
Oldie.
Dinny. I don't know if he expected to have
Woohoo,
this.
I picked the 2-1
but
horse.
has absolutely
Hey,
obliterated
there's a winner,
them.
man.
Never in doubt.
There's
What
a
a
winner.
great day.
Yeah.
Fourth on the program, Rafael Hernandez could have gone round again. Black Diamond Dinny by 7 lengths to Empire Street Wild.
That's a
Queen,
Raphael
Road,
double,
and
by the way, right? 4-2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
One ran okay.
There.
All right, Oldie, let's, we've got Horseshoe coming up next, and then last at Gulfstream, and then we'll get into the last race that we're going to cover in Saratoga, which will be the 11th.
So, all right. So, Horseshoe.
Which, by the way, I should remind everybody, if you tuned in last week, Justin crushed the late pick 4 on a $27 ticket, paid $9.80.
Nice.
All right, let's watch the race sim here for Horseshoe since we have 4 minutes. The system like the 6 as a single, I just didn't have an opinion on this race that was strong enough to play against it. So I just ran with it here. The 9 Ricky Wannabe worries me a little bit. I think we need the animation back on the legs, though.
Yeah, I realize it takes up CPU. The
Yeah.
IT nerd in me does understand that. They just kind of glide now.
So the second choice, Chocolat Mousse, owned by the Klops. You know, this horse was close last time. This is a state bred maiden special weight. You know, you don't see maiden special weights in the low 40s very often. So, you know, it's telling us this is a weak field as well. You know, I mentioned the 9 as a possible horse, but there's really nothing here other than the stretch out that would make you think that this horse might run here. And this horse, you know, you do have an increase in GSR on the stretch out. The 6, the favorite, coming off turf, coming back to dirt, has that one work on May 28th and no other public works. And, you know, the 4 came close at 5, but really hasn't looked like a horse that wants 2 turns.
They're just happy at Horseshoe today that they didn't get rain. They have gotten so much rain this season.
And you see, you know, the 8's getting blinkers, the 3's getting blinkers off, but those are the only major changes.
And what we also learned last week is that Brad Cox does not know how to spray champagne from a bottle. They gave him a champagne bottle, and all he could do is just kind of dump it out. It's like, dude, thumb over the thing, shake it up, press.
Boom, Gary.
Gary with the boom at Woodbine, thanks to Howard and Oldie. That's awesome. We love to
Nice
see
job,
that.
Gary. They had to be okay.
Yes, Gary.
Hit the like button, Gary.
Like maybe 50 for 2 or something, I'm guessing. Had to be okay, right?
Yeah.
What did that pay?
See if it's...
You got it on the screen.
I can pull it up. Hold on. See
I
if
got
it's
it right here.
official yet.
Oh, it's not official. Well, I can look at the... yeah.
Oh, here, we do have it. It's showing.
All right, we'll get out to Horseshoe. Take a look at the horses on the track.
24, 25 to 1.
HPPA presenting Boots and Brews.
Yeah, 50 for 2. That was a good guess on my
World
part.
Jockey
Yeah.
Challenge underway. Raising awareness and funds for the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund.
I think you might have another audio on there, Chris.
You think? I do. And don't forget, folks, tune in Monday night to the HHH Racing Podcast. What time are we going to be on, Howard?
Chris, you are joining us at 8 p.m. Eastern for Horse and Around. It's our recap show.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to talk about mainly Saratoga's 2 stakes, the Diana and the Sanford, which is next, and promote EquinEdge and shoot the crap.
Yeah.
It'll be fun.
Absolutely. You guys should.
I'll try to tune in.
Yeah. Get in the live chat, David, and give Chris some crap. That would be great.
I will. I will absolutely do that.
I will be in.
I'm going to give him. I'm going to give him hell because he never sent me a book that I requested, and I'm only busting you, Chris.
You're going to get the book. I am like 3 weeks behind with that. The day job is killing me. I need to get this stuff over to Matt. It's not Matt's fault. And then I think next week Matt and I are doing a session on EquinEdge, and then we're going to do one with Oldy, Justin, and I, and get him indoctrinated.
You'll enjoy that book, David. It's a great book.
Yes, I'm hoping to get it before I go on vacation the last week of July, because I sit by the lake I fish, and then I read my book and relax. And then at around 1 o'clock, I get into the car and drive over to the racetrack. So I'll be in Saratoga County.
Wait, are you going to be at Saratoga for Jim Dandy Week?
Yes, absolutely. It's my favorite weekend.
David.
You'll be there.
Myself, Matt Miller, our whole crew's going to be there. Now we definitely have to get in touch with each other.
Yeah.
Okay, good deal. Good deal.
We're going to be there Wednesday through Sunday. So we'll talk.
Howard, I already sent you an email with David's email on there, so you guys can come.
Great. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Right. Where do you hang out at the track, David, usually?
Well, it depends. On Saturday, Jim Dandy Day, I'll most likely be in a grandstand. I don't have in front of me where my section is, but I'll usually sit in the grandstand and go back and forth the backyard, paddock sometimes. It depends if I'm walking ability is good, then I might limit the walk to the paddock from the grandstand because it's a long walk. But yeah, usually in a grandstand.
Got it.
Second floor grandstand.
Yeah, I think Howard, Brad is hooking you guys up with Chuck as well. Chuck Brower lives up there. He literally lives 3 minutes from the track. When he was leaving one day when it was raining, it said, I'll talk to you in a couple minutes when I get home. And it literally was a couple of minutes. And he was home.
I would tell you where we were going to be, David, if we have very tight security around us in an undisclosed location.
Of course.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm just totally kidding, totally joking. We'll talk.
You're in the VIP suite. I know where you guys
The horses are approaching the starting.
Well, we actually, Donnie Nelson, a little shout out to Naira Betts, and Donnie Nelson does take care of us a little bit. So, but we'll talk later.
Yeah, Donnie and I. Donnie's been taking care of me the last couple of times. I was at the Belmont Stakes Challenge, and I had a nice spot there. It was great. It wasn't a lot of people, and I was actually sitting right near Ken Jordan, who I've become friendly with since the NHC, and we were on the same page in our last race, and he told me what he played, and he played $600 doubles, and I'm like, Jesus, with Dornock, and I like Dornock. I just didn't have the guts to pull the trigger. I felt the same way, and I'm like, I like Dornock, but I'm not risking, $1,200 that he's going to win. But good. I said, Kenny, I think you get a shot here. And God, he just catapulted.
Who do you like?
All right, hold on. David, remember though, on the preview show, we talked about how much we love Dornock.
Yes, correct.
And,
the horses.
Now I'm mad you didn't hammer it there.
Yeah.
It's post time.
I'm an honest guy. I didn't think Dornock had a chance in hell in that race. That whole weekend was a complete disaster for me. I don't even want to talk about it. It was not a good betting weekend for me.
What confirmed my pick was how you needed to be close to the pace. If it's not speed bias, it's speed favoring. And Dornock could get a perfect trip here. I wasn't supposed to be right on the lead or stalking, and it worked out great.
Yeah, he ran great.
And we had with that plus the
opening double
10-1 or whatever it was on video in those last two races. That worked out really nice for me for the late.
Granted, if I look at the race objectively, Rapoli's horse probably should have won. And I thought coming down the stretch, I was sitting on the grandstand. I'm like, good run. I'm going to make a little money, but I'm not, because I thought he's going right by. And then when he started bearing out, I'm like, come on. And then Dornock went to the rail. I'm like, I got a chance here. So, that felt good.
And one more. Chocolate Mousse. Alberto Burgos for Puerto Rico.
Jason Worth was pretty happy that day.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
what do you need here, Oldie? We got a pull for you here.
Strides away. Little
the 6
with our guy Max looking
stop
for
the
position.
race.
And toward the inside
yes,
of this kind of bullet, it's Little Jake. Little Jake.
Oh, 3-5.
Again, though, the 6 was.
Way to go on a limb there, Oldie.
Now engaged by this cat's a
Just
bullet.
kidding,
I
man.
just used
Just kidding.
the front. This
the
cat's a
system
bullet
single.
with Joseph
I put
Romero
24
at the 6.5.
bucks into the ticket
Took the lead
generator
from
and
Little
pulled it.
Jake, who broke smart
And
is now
made a
pursuing
couple
the pace as
changes
they
and
go
just
to the
took
back.
what the system
Ricky
liked.
Bonnaby and our guy Max racing a joint third after a sharp start. Benny's
But
Day
this
is
is
now
what I
back
was
in
worried
fifth,
about. I thought the
with
pace
My
could
Mr.
be
Perfect
pretty
in
hot.
6th. Chocolate Moose is a wide 7th, racing 3 clear from Page Perfect, and then further back to Buckle Up and Wide. The first-time starter by Miley's Vow Trails. The opening quarter covered in 23.43 seconds, and now they're
But
just
I'm not sure
outside
anybody
the
wants to
half-mile
pass
pole.
anybody here.
This cat's a bullet, engaged by Little Jake. Little Jake outside of this cat's a bullet as they go head-to-head after a half mile in 46.47 seconds. Our guy Max now a clear third. From on the outside, Ricky Wannabe. Then to the inside, My Mr. Perfect with Benny's Day on the outside, Chocolate Moose. And then we trail back to Page Perfect with on the outside, My Miley's Vow, and Buckle Up has dropped back to last. It's Little Jake. Little Jake has taken the lead from this cat's a bullet, who's second as these maidens turn for home. And then on the outside, Chocolate Moose with My Mr. Perfect, and our guy Max has dropped back sharply. It's Little Jake. Off the turn, Little Jake, this cat's a bullet, 1, 2, 3/4. 1 minute 11.
2 looks like he's wanting to
Little
re-rally.
Jake is kept to the task. Little Jake has a furlong to last and has a 4-length advantage over Chocolate Moose, who's charging hard now into second. This cat's a bullet with My Mr. Perfect in third. Chocolate Moose is descending on Little Jake. It's Little Jake and Chocolate Moose. Little Jake on the wire.
Whoa, barely.
Chocolate Moose came charging at the end.
No worries. What is everyone so worried about?
The mare was after the finish post. That's what we were worried about.
All right, nice job, Oldie. Got him home.
All right.
Hey, can I answer Chris Walsh? Chris Couples has a question in the chat. Do you mind if I answer it? It's right at the.
No, absolutely. I was going to get there right now.
Oh, sorry. This race completely changed it. Obviously, guys, with Mentee scratching the rail horse. I was against the outside horse, the number 8, and the Sanford here until that scratch. And I've completely changed my mind. I actually like Moplex in this race. I think the 8 sits right off either the 3 and or the 5. And I know he's coming off a blowout win against pretty much nobody. But I reckon just break, look to his left, and make a decision. And these complexities are running really well. There's a Son of Complexity one earlier today. This sire, this first crop sire complexity is on fire right now. And I just, I would have preferred the 6 in this race. Studley Do Right if the 1 was in, and the 6 can obviously still win. But anyway, I'm going 8, 6, 5. I'm not being very creative here. In the last race, I like the 9 quite a bit. So, Chris, I would play, some combination of 8 with maybe, the 2 and the 9 in the last race. That's my general opinion here.
Well,
good. I can take a deep breath here now because I was hoping I wouldn't like the same horse because the people would think that maybe we planned this out beforehand, or I'm, piggybacking or jumping on your bandwagon. But yeah, as soon as you said with the scratch of the 1, it becomes a completely different race, and that's exactly the way I feel about it. And it just gives me more confidence in a horse that I thought was a sleeper and could hit the board at a price. So I do like the 3 Baby Dukes. With the 1 being scratched, who would have had the speed from the rail. I think this horse guns, stays on the rail, and say, come and catch me. And I'm in for a solid 3-8 exacta box with hoping the 3 stays and wires his field. One of the major factors for me is Robert Reed. He ships in pretty successfully from Parks. And that race, this horse was, 3 to 5 first time out. Granted, it was a 6-horse field, but they had to like this horse. The Maximus Mischief's horse, sire line is good for early 2 and 3-year-olds, for sprinters. So I'm going to take a shot at that price. Is too hard for me to resist. So I'll back it up with the exacta box 3-8. So, so we're kind of on the same page.
Mike Brady.
I like the pick.
So I also like the 3 Baby Dukes there.
It was the Dukes. Movie reference. What named the movie?
Oh,
Trading Places.
Another classic.
Very good.
Sorry.
Nice job, Oldie.
You missed earlier, Howard. There was a horse. I can't remember which track it was. The horse name was Madness that won, and I was trying to tell Justin that was a very popular ska band in the '80s with their hit "Our House," and he was like looking at me like, "What the hell are you talking about?"
He was like, "I was 3."
Yeah.
Just some information for people at home. You could take this for what it's worth. DRF Clocker report on Moplex. 2 back on July 1st, a B+ workout going past Whittingham Park, who's a very nice older New York bred, I believe, stake horse, I think, or a nice horse. And then the last work on July 7th was a solid B with a nice gallop out. So I think the 8 is going to be sitting off a little bit. I mean, not like 5 lengths, maybe a length or 2. And I think workout reports matter. I know that's a whole separate show and opinions, but especially with 2-year-olds, I think workouts definitely matter. So I like the workout report on the 8 also.
Well, it's interesting because on July 1st, that same work, Bruno gave it 2 stars.
Which is out of 4 or 5?
Out of 4, which is bad. So 3 is a bullet for him. 3 is a good.
Well, it's not bad because I will tell you that it was likely for Bruno just a maintenance work, and he's not going to give a horse,
he
3
gives
or
3
4
stars
stars.
to maintenance works all the time.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. All the time. And really, you look at the July 7th work. He gave that one 3 stars, even though it was slower than the July 1st one. So to me, that tells me, with no notes there, that they likely required some pressure on the horse. So going the same distance, it was not a gate work on either of them. So to me,
that beauty's in the eye of the beholder. DRF, I said the July 1st, I'm quoting directly, eye-catching. So I don't know. Interesting. Like I said, everyone's got their own opinions, when you're watching.
And Bruno liked the June 14th work before the maiden breaking.
Yeah, we all know about opinions, right?
Yeah,
and
everyone's got them, and they all stink, and exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So nobody likes the 8-5 on John and his Rob here with
the 3 is pretty sweaty right now, David. I know it's warm.
I was just going to say exactly the same thing. He looks a little washed out, but it is a hot day there, so it's not like it's a 60-degree day, and it's not like the middle of Aqueduct. Like, hold on a second, in the middle of winter, a horse is washed out. I'm out. But it's a good point. But you mentioned the 6. If I was going to use another horse, I think I would like the 5 a little better than the 6. Asmussen's horse.
Yeah, was it the Tremont? Was that the name of the one? Is that right? Yeah. The 6 has big, long strides. I mean, he looks like he wants to go 2 turns right now. I don't know how strong a race that was. And I'm not suggesting that Moplex is coming out of some monster New York race either. I think, David, horses are overbet when they're coming out of stakes versus horses that are just broke their maiden. I mean, I get it, but I don't think you can always look at it that way. And so I don't know. I do have 5 and 6 as Bs. I need 5. I need 5, 6, 8 to stay alive and to pick 5 in all honesty. And I'm an honest
if you have 5, 6, 8, it looks like a pretty safe, right? But we've seen wacky things over the years in the Stanford and small.
Oh, no, I know. Every race makes me nervous at Saratoga. I can tell you that.
All right.
The break is going to be huge here, right?
I'll take 3 at 16-1. Wire.
The break.
Exactly.
Yeah, break. Breaks
I'd wish you good luck, David, but I can't in this situation. The break is huge, though, right? I mean, you can't, even though it's 6 furlongs, you really can't break slow here in this. I guess the 6 could, but the other ones can't.
You saw that other main race with the one horse.
I'm going to take the headphones off, guys. It's been good luck for me.
Gotcha.
Good. I'm going to take the headphones. All right.
We don't want to blow it for you.
Just want to say good luck, and we're all counting.
Good luck, everybody.
This is the part where we talk about Howard. He can't hear us.
Picking up his spot on the outside.
Good luck, Dave.
Yep.
Renegade. And they're off in the Sanford. And flashes that early foot and takes the lead. Mr. Squeaky Wheels will make him work for it. And those two are 1-2 down the back stretch. They're followed by 3 Echoes racing in between horses. Wartax on the outside is now up to take third, and Baby Dukes is not far behind, moving through very willingly. It's a narrow opening along the inside that takes second. Just in behind them, Soon to Be King and Studley Do Right as they move into the far turn. 22-2 for Moplex, who leads the way by a length and a half. Mr. Squeaky Wheels is to his outside now, and Baby Duke's Red Cap pushed along at the rail. 3 Echoes is racing in fourth, has 4 lengths to make up. Studley Do Right is trying to make some progress between rivals. Down at the rail comes Soon to Be King. They're at the top of the stretch, and Moplex has a 2.5 length lead. Mr. Squeaky Wheels in second, chasing with determination, trying to close the gap. And 3 Echoes is also with a nice late kick in the center of the rail. Do Right, final furlong, Moplex clinging to the lead and keeps on going. And it is Moplex.
Who got kicking out there?
Logical, yeah.
Rallied strongly into second. Then it was 3 Echoes third, and Mr. Squeaky Wheels ran fourth.
Got a talented New York right here.
Absolutely. Very nice race there for the 8. Able to go all the way. Howard's happy.
Damn right. That's huge for me, boys. Let's go. Woo! I'm going to celebrate. I apologize to everyone at home, but this is a tough freaking game, and I'm alive to 4 horses in the last race of the pick 5. Let's go.
Yeah,
wow.
Howard, who are you alive to? So I'll root you home.
I will even show for proof that here's my ABC grid. But you guys know ABCs. The 8 was a lone A there, as you can see on the. So I've got 9 as my lone A, and I also have 2, 5, 8. So I have 2, 5, 8, 9.
2, 5, 8, 9.
And you know what? It's a freaking turf sprint, and ask me my confidence, David, is about 10% because I hate turf sprint with a passion.
I'm on the same page as you, Howard. Turf sprints, I tread lightly, Saratoga, because it's the trip that gets you, right? Or you get up, if you're a speedball, you get off Florida the gate. You don't have time to recover it. Yeah.
Can I say what a great ride by Irad to like float everyone out on the backstretch? You see how far off the rail he was? He obviously did that on purpose. And I got lucky with the break, obviously. But again, I don't mind outside post guys, especially with babies, because if you don't break great, you can recover. If you do break great, Irad immediately, if you guys and you guys are watching, Irad immediately looked to his left, like 3 steps out of the gate. And when he saw that the 3 didn't break great and no one was really going, he's like, F it, I'll just go. And I know it's easier said than done, but, congratulations. Chris, I hope you're alive, man, to whatever, too. So I'll take 9 to 5. Look, it's nothing special, but, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Absolutely.
So,
all right, folks.
Absolutely.
We are going to wrap up here. Go ahead, Oldy.
Before we wrap up, I just want to point out to David, his favorite trainer is the Gold Badge 2 horse. So in the next, it's
but you weren't. I just want to tell you some information that I gave out on Scotty's on our show yesterday. Road to the NHC. By the way, is on Fridays at 11:30. I broke the Christopher Clement hex or jinx. And Howard, just so you know, it just seems I could never get a winner on Clement. Every time I play him, they don't win. And every time I pass, he wins. So I'm like, I don't want to screw up their barn, so I'm not playing him anymore. But again, when you like a horse, you like a horse. So the way to break it, I did it in style. I got Island Fox in the last race at Aqueduct. And that's what got me my second NHCC. So if you're going to break a curse, that's the way to do it. Okay.
Absolutely.
$30 horse. I had a win bet on it, plus the NHCC. That horse put me over the top. So that is broken. That's gone. So I can willingly play any Clement horse this Saratoga meet and going forward.
David, you have 2. You already have 2 entries for NHC.
Yes, that was my second seat. So
awesome.
My first seat was awarded on the Silver Sunday win in Vegas, which used to be the Constellation Tournament. So my next goal is to get the BCBC seat for less than a 10K entry fee.
Wow. Guys, we never, ever, ever, ever go political on our show, and I'm not going to do it here. I'll just say there is a little bit of news that people might want to, that just broke 10 minutes ago.
Yep, I think I know where you're going.
I'm just going to leave it at that. I don't want to say anymore, but it is, I mean, there are things bigger than horse racing. Not many, but there are. So I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I did see some comments in the chat, and I did delete them just because that's not what we do. But everybody can go find that on their own. We're going to wrap the show up. Howard, David, Oldie, hang out once I hit the end stream button for just a couple minutes. Thanks, everybody, for joining. We'll be back next Saturday for more fun. And tune in to the Road to the NHC show at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time on Fridays. Thanks for joining.
Thanks, everyone. Howard, pleasure meeting you. And we'll see you, hopefully, Jim Dandy weekend.
Oh, we definitely will. Thanks, David.
Oldie,
Thank you. Thanks, Chris and Oldie. Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the weekend, gentlemen.
Thank
Okay.
you. Take
Pleasure.
care. Bye-bye.
Bye.